on. All right. You guys hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Oh, good. I hear you. How about you, Zoe?
I was muted.
Oh, good. Okay, I was like, I think so. So Ken, what do you think of our new tagline there?
It works.
Needles.
My friend Needles. All right, let's see.
We just got to get our friends from Magic Jump to listen to this and invite us out to their factory so we can see this thing live and in person.
Now you say that. Now this will you might think is a little weird. I messaged them and asked if any of them would want to come on a podcast and talk about the inflatable Falcon, and I think I will just routinely message them until they finally do.
Yeah.
What? Zoe understands my persistence in getting people to do things. So she's heard me promote her podcast during a yard sale. So
nice. Where else would you promote a podcast but in the yard sale?
I will promote anywhere and anything. But I do have my test print. And if people, I have my TikTok on. But look, this is small. I mean, if I stand back here, it's the right size. But, it's pretty small. But I test printed this file. It is the Micro Series. So this was my test print. Now what I'll do is I'll scale it off to print a real one. But it's a really nice file.
That's cool looking.
That's so cool.
That's for ARC 77 in him. So I eventually want to have a nice full size one painted just like, with the red stripe. It has the rangefinder and all that stuff in it. So I couldn't resist. And this one is so much nicer than the other animated because you don't have to cut that stupid visor to fit the teeth.
Yeah, that's the one. It also holds it together too while you're trying to paint it.
Yep. Yeah. So this is I don't know. It was I had to print something on my new printer that I hadn't printed before. So
I probably should tell Ark that there's plenty of room in this Falcon for all of us.
Yes, there is. Yeah. So now this trivia game. So Ken and John, you can join in. So go to Blookit. You can go on your phone, or you can go on another window in your computer and go to blookit.com/play. You don't have to sign up. Just hit join a game and put that number in. Zoe made these questions, and if you're playing at home, so we already have ARC 77 in. He's a trash panda. And anyone that's in my TikTok can just jump over to my YouTube to get this. But how was your Star Wars week, everyone? While we log into this trivia,
Lego Star Wars: The Skywalker Saga came out.
Did you buy it?
We've been playing that since yesterday.
I bought it for the PS5 and the Switch.
Oh man,
you must have that Kardashian money.
I know. I was gonna say he has that Mandalorian credits for getting all those bounties or something. I don't know.
Well, I've had the Switch copy paid off since 2019.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, because I pre-ordered it as soon as they announced it, but I was not gonna let that slip through my fingertips.
Yeah, that was Zoe and I we used to do a good bit of the Lego Star Wars playing back in the day.
It's amazing. Like that game is absolutely positively amazing. It looks gorgeous.
I have a list of games for when I get my own Xbox to bring to LA, and that's on there.
Yeah,
I think you're gonna buy an Xbox over there and set it up because honestly, you'll have to pay like an extra $100 just to ship it there or take an extra suitcase.
Yeah, you're right.
They have GameStops in LA, don't they? Anyone in LA?
Probably.
Yeah.
I hope so.
I mean, I'm sure they do. Sal will hook you up. He'll tell you what's up. But yeah, so that was a good Star Wars week. Zoe got her
Reading Queen's Hope.
Huh?
I've been reading Queen's Hope this week.
Queen's Hope.
That came out.
Did you get one of the autographed copies, Zoe?
I did not get an autographed copy. I got a regular copy.
Yeah, I heard about that deal. Unfortunately, I heard about it like March 25th, and the promotion ended the 20th of March, so I wasn't able to get an E.K. Johnston key for that.
I had already pre-ordered mine before they announced it, and then I was like, I already pre-ordered it. And I don't need it. I already have the Ahsoka book signed by her, so.
And you've had her on your show. That's like a digital signature that'll last forever.
And I met her at Celebration Chicago and didn't recognize
No, that was Orlando.
Orlando. That was right. That's Orlando.
Yeah, Zoe met E.K. Johnston, and she was eating with Holly Fry from Stuff You Missed in History and Full of Sith podcast. And the girls were happy to meet her, and we got pictures with Holly, and poor EK was just sitting there, and we didn't really realize who that was.
That's like people getting a picture with the Hulk and not Ant-Man.
Yeah.
I read Ahsoka and loved it. I just didn't realize who she was. I was kicking myself.
Well, that's a good story though. That's a more fun story than, hey, I saw her and got her autograph.
Yeah, true. I apologize on the podcast too.
Yes. Oh, I think she seems like a pretty even. She understands the world of Star Wars fandom. All right. Well, also, I guess we are going to.
Is going to Philly Fan Expo. I will be there on Friday. The weekend doesn't work for me, but Friday evening, I think it's 4 to 9 on Friday. I will be there with the merch.
And are you going to be in costume?
I will. I have the short purple hair back, so I'm bringing back Epilogue Sabine.
Oh, that's awesome. I'll be there on Saturday and Sunday as Kenix Gar Kabur, and Heather will be there as a handler and squire on Saturday.
You're not going to be there Friday, Ken?
No, unfortunately, I've got that 4-letter word I got to do, and I can't. I got to do that work thing.
All right. Well, Zoe just disappeared into the Empire. All right. So we have 3 people we can try this. I was hoping we would get more.
Someone is doing donuts in the intersection outside my building. So.
Oh, that's cool.
Nice.
Now that's fun living like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds like screaming.
All right.
Do we know what kind of car it is?
I think it's one of those 4-wheel models.
Let's see. Is there any?
Well, I just finished, so we're all good.
Do we have any? I'm just double checking to make sure. Do we have is the Facebook link up and working?
I gotta check.
And we have a few on the YouTube, and anyone I have 2 people in TikTok. If you go to my link tree and go to the trivia, you can join in. You can join in late. I have this game. You know what? I think I made this game too long, to be honest with you.
Uh-oh.
Well, hang on.
4 hours long, Mike?
No, I think I meant to put a 6-minute game, and I think I was trying to set up and be professional and have everything set up, and I think I set it for a 30-minute game, which we don't want. Let me reset. I'm going to reset this. So everyone's going to get booted out. I'm sorry. But I don't want it to be that long. We'll do a 7-minute game. There was 30 questions. We'll do a 5-minute game. All right.
You think we're that good?
Huh?
You think we're that good and that fast?
No, it's a different kind of trivia. Okay.
It's not like Kahoot.
It's different. I don't want to explain it until you see it, because I think it's a fun way to do trivia. So there, I am sorry for all those that signed in, but sign back in. Let's see. I have a few people on TikTok. Jump over to my YouTube. We're doing a live trivia. You can jump in now. It's just Star Wars trivia. I just can't broadcast it. So, John, I looked into broadcasting on TikTok.
Mm-hmm.
So I need a stream key. So I applied for that. You need to get it to work. Like, you need a stream key, and I had to send in like a survey for it and stuff like that. because I was going through all this, and then I was watching a bunch of videos, and they're like, yeah, you have to have a stream key, and I don't have that. So I don't know if that's I've been lazy on my content for the last couple weeks, so I got to bump my content up a little bit and see if I can get a stream key.
Right.
All right, let me see. We still have our 3 to go. We'll just do you 3. Anyone that wants to jump in on TikTok, you can go over to my stream key. I mean, go over my stream key. Go over to my YouTube. That's in my thing. I'm going to start this game. I have it set for the directions. Oh no, I don't. So we can't see your questions. You can. When you answer them correctly, you'll get treasure, and you'll see what happens. And I'll turn the music makes me feel like I should be playing Dungeons and Dragons or something. Oh, see, Arc 77 got in. Good. Oh, wait a minute, we got 2. Wait a minute. I think Arc 77 is trying to play too, which is cool. Oh, E-Girl is here. So if you go to Look It right here, if you go to Look It and put in this number, join a game, put that number in, you can join late. And we are just trying Star Wars trivia written by Zoe. It's all right. Well, is it working for you now, Arc? This is our first time. Is it working at all for you guys?
Yo, yeah, it's working. I'm just doing very poorly.
Oh
Okay.
no!
Oh,
Yeah.
my screen is just not. My screen is glitching, I think. But you guys are. Yeah, there we go. There's the scores kicking
Oh, we
in.
got one.
So, well, I think this score is running behind. Look, it is a not known for their.
What?
But look up, Kenny's already down to 15, and Ken, I saw some of these questions. I was like, Ken has to know these questions.
Well, the other thing that's bad for me with this kind of stuff, I often just click quickly without reading it all the way through.
Well, this is not time. You know, but John, I think John's going to have to sit in the back of the inflatable Falcon.
With how bad I'm doing, yeah.
Oh
Now,
man.
this is from Zoe though, so I think we're all a little
Some of them were hard. I don't think all of them were that hard.
Oh, there we go, John.
There you go. He swapped. You can swap gold with someone?
Oh yeah, see that's
Evidently.
why my students hate this game, because you could be losing or winning the whole time, and then
These chests do not always work in your favor.
No, they do not. No.
That's
But
funny.
wait a minute, Kenny G, you have to sing like Kenny G if you're going to have that name.
Well, I'm as smooth as it gets.
Oh man. I'll have to try this.
Huh?
I'll have to try this with like RA stuff.
You should join in, Zoe, and just.
I wrote the questions. It's not fair.
I guarantee you that doesn't guarantee you a
I
win.
wrote them this afternoon. They're not like fresh.
Well, yours was way better than the ones because I started writing them and I was like, oh, these are terrible questions.
These are fantastic. I love these things.
John is at 300.
600. Whoa.
Oh Jesus! I don't know.
How did you manage to? What?
I don't know.
I keep getting the lose percentages of my.
Well,
my gold.
sometimes they'll give you that when you answer slowly. If you go too slow, it go, you know. So I have Kelly Chin on TikTok. If you go to my YouTube and my link tree, we're just playing Star Wars trivia. Zoe jumped in. And
These
you
are
can use your
fantastic
phone.
questions, by the way.
So you can use your phone as well. So if you don't want to use your computer, like some people like their phone, but man, John is really killing it.
Yeah, I think
the
once we got
swapping
past
gold.
the first couple questions, I was like, okay. Yeah.
So anyone on YouTube, if you want to join in, just Google Book It, or on your phone Google Book It, and then it'll say game ID. You don't have to sign up for anything or anything like that.
How many questions did you put together? This is quite impressive.
I did 30.
30. And it'll.
I think you mentioned that. I apologize.
And what'll happen is if you, since we did it on a timer, sometimes you'll get questions more than once. But you know, now Zoe, you are winning.
I told you I wrote all the questions.
Not anymore. Not anymore.
Oh, no. What?
You just got beat with 14 seconds left. I know. Well, now Ken is back. Ken, we won't have to take your title of the most knowledgeable Star Wars man. I think your podcast is watching this, Ken, and if you lose, you'll lose your position.
Whoa, that was crazy.
So
that was a last-minute swap. Sorry about that, Art.
Oof.
Oh man.
I only got 68% right.
I got 73.
Yeah, so, and this is the teacher in me. The teacher in me, so you can view the report.
Uh-oh.
I can view the report.
Oh,
but here, if we go, let me go back to my.
Well, that's not a good practice to put people's grades out on blast like that. Come on.
I know, right?
I don't know. My teachers did it.
But here's one last trivia so people can see the questions now. So we will do Battle Royale, right?
What?
And so it's not super long. We'll give you each 3 lives.
Uh-oh.
Not random names, no accounts. Just we don't need instructions. Who needs those silly instructions? And then we'll talk Star Wars. But here, this is Battle Royale, so you'll actually compete against each other. So Zoe, you can't really sign up for this one.
No,
so if you're watching, go to blookit.com, play, and just up at the top it'll say play a game, and put that number in. And those that are on TikTok, jump over to our YouTube and try the Star Wars trivia. Written by Zoe in between her RA duties.
Yeah, these are some fantastic questions that I have
No idea the answers to. Now, these will be the same questions you just had. So you've seen them all before. And I don't know if anyone else is watching on any of our other stuff.
This is so fun.
So you'll see the question, and this is since there's only 3 people, it's going to be some weird bracketing. Unless anyone else wants to join. I have some people on TikTok. If you want to join the trivia, jump over to YouTube in my link tree, and you can join the trivia. Let me see. E-Girl, if you want to join in, you could just go to blookit.play or .com/play, put this number in, and just make up a name. You don't have to use your real name.
That's usually a / by the way.
Name often cool because they make students always make inappropriate names. There's always
actually, I want to go back to something that you just said. You said that the bracketing is going to be weird. Is that because there's 3 of us, or because it's the 3 of us that makes it
because
weird?
There's 3 of you. No, so what'll happen is they'll make brackets, and one person will compete against 2 people.
Oh, so the competitors aren't weird. It's the bracketing.
Well,
that's
I know.
Okay,
I didn't say that either. So no. Let's see. Let's see. We'll go with 3 and see, and maybe we'll get some more. This one you can't join late. So anyone in that wants to join, I don't see any messages saying please wait a minute. But let's see. I'll do here. So there you go. So Frodo is against both of them. Or Fordo. Is that Fordo? And so you've seen these questions before. And then when everyone, so one person, so all 3 answers, it gives us our percentage, right?
What?
And then you'll see if you won on your screen. I won't see, but now I'll see this. And you'll see how fast or slow you were according to that person.
Yeah, I said the same thing.
Okay. now John is the only one that has 3 lives left. These are your kind of questions, Ken.
Oh my goodness, absolutely.
Behind the scenes.
Well, interestingly enough, this same person actually showed up in one of the movies.
Oh, yeah.
Lin-Manuel was actually one of the rebels in the Rise of Skywalker at the celebration scene at the end of the movie.
Nice. There, Ken, you beat everybody.
Ken, you are a half second faster than me. A half second.
Oh, Fordo better watch out. You gotta be first.
Oh, Jesus.
I was her for Halloween this past year. It was fun.
Well, I'm gonna be even more embarrassed if I get it wrong then.
I got it wrong.
Oh, Ocho was another character from a different episode called Lop and Ocho.
Oh, the bunny, right? Lop was the bunny and Ocho.
Lop was the bunny and Ocho was the sister. Oh, Fordo holding on. Everyone has one life.
All right, this could be it. This could be the end.
I believe in you, Fordo. Oh, this. Take back to Battlefront 2. Oh no!
Wait a minute, did no one get it right?
No one got it right. Oh my god!
I got it wrong the last time too.
It's Zay. Oh wow!
You can't
all lose. That makes me feel better about myself. Thanks.
Yeah.
You can't all lose, which we just proved we can.
All right, I had someone that wanted the code on TikTok, but we were started already.
Oh my god.
Oh, I
You have
clicked
to
too
save your armor
fast.
back if you got this one wrong.
Oh my god.
CK401, 421. What?
It's $21.99.
I clicked too fast.
Fordo.
There we go.
Congratulations.
Fordo wins. So now he won the show.
All the name questions.
Wait a minute. Go back to the Finn one. What was?
It's FN2199.
That's the one he fought.
The one he fought.
Oh, the one he fought. I don't
Oh
read
my-
good.
I saw FN and clicked too fast.
Oh man.
Man, I gotta read gooder.
Yeah. Well, no, because any kind of trivia like that, especially when you read it, you just want to get to the answer part, so quickly. But
So, fun fact about the Zay Versio question: Zaina is the name of a character in an upcoming Hunters game. So that's where that name comes from.
And that's
I'm
for
just
the
going to put
Switch,
this
right?
on while we talk. Because
That
if
will be
people
for
are
the
asking-
Switch, and I think for like your phone or something.
Okay.
And it will be free, which is what I'm most excited about. And actually, no, but that's what I'm second most excited about. What I'm most excited about is that you can play as two Jawas stacked on top of each other.
Oh, yeah.
Is
Man,
all I've ever wanted to be.
can you imagine if that would have came out when you and Safi were playing
We
Jawa?
would have gotten really hurt trying to
Yes.
get on each other's shoulders.
You would have went to troops on each other's shoulders.
And we
Well,
would
and you would have become infinitely more popular as Jawas.
oh, for sure.
I don't know. Honestly, the years the girls were trooping as Jawas, you would have thought I didn't exist. Because I would show up in my TK and they'd be like, "Are the Jawas with you?" Like I literally was. I just introduced myself as, "Oh, I'm the guy the dad of the Jawas." So, yeah,
Can we take a second to realize that the last four of this game ID is 2187?
Oh my god.
There we go.
Love
So
it.
anyone that's on TikTok, you should come over to the YouTube channel. But the game is up. I'll just leave it up and then I'll start it in a few minutes if anyone you guys want to play it while we talk, because it's just a 7-minute game. People can join late, but we have to say that Fordo is our reigning champion.
I'm glad you caught what I said, Fordo. That was pretty funny. I'm glad you noticed that.
Oh, here I gotta put the chat back up. I was trying. I need like 2 more monitors and then I'd be fine. I'm trying.
And
to
another set of hands like Rio Durant or Dexter Jetster.
Yeah,
to
yeah,
kind of help
there you
you
go.
do all of it.
So there we go. Now the comments are back. Yeah. Right. Well. Yeah. So yeah, if you can't find the stream on YouTube, then you might have to make sure you're not signed in or something like that. I don't know. You have to find my live stream. Some people are saying, but it could be their settings. If you have, I don't know what settings our YouTube thing is set on right at the moment. But it should be wide open. Any of you guys check to make sure our YouTube is working? I mean, we got Fordo's there. Is Fordo because you have a certain kind of Ford, or is it something else?
Or is it a play on Frodo?
Wasn't Fordo a clone though?
I don't know.
I think that was Arc 77, wasn't it, or no?
I didn't know if that was his name because I'm just terrible at names.
Because I'm pretty sure Fordo was the ARC Trooper. He was the ARC Trooper from the Micro series.
Yeah, so it's one and the same. Arc 77 is Fordo.
All right, I just want to make sure because when Zoe used to watch that religiously when I had it on DVD, she would watch it. But when it first came out, I remember,
and droids. I loved the
droids cartoon. But I remember rushing home to watch that Micro series, not realizing that it was literally 5 minutes long. Like this was back in the day when you had I still had a VCR, and I was trying to record it before I got home. And if the VCR was off, you'd miss the whole thing. So
we got a couple other people joining us too. We've got
anyone join and just go to the
VVaulter.
Go right here. Go to blookeit.com/play, and up about the same location, and you don't have to sign up for Blookeit or anything. Just click game ID or enter. I forget what it's called, and put this code number in, and you can join. We'll get a couple people in. We were just trying to do some trivia. Zoe did trivia. If you haven't listened to Zoe's podcast, it's Star Wars Geek Girl. See if I can put my logo up here. There it is, Star Wars Geek Girl. Our podcast here at least for now is the Inflatable Falcon podcast. Unless we can figure out a better name.
Although our tag for tonight's episode is the Inflatable Faclon.
Oh no!
I do like. Is that the Inflatable Falcon in your background?
Yes, as a matter of fact, it is.
Okay. Ken just goes for the win every time. Now I just want you should be bouncy. You should sit on one of those bouncy balls.
So and just never stop during our whole. I'd probably get motion sickness.
So you can look like you're really on the Inflatable Falcon. And John, were you here when I was saying that I messaged the Inflatable Falcon company and asked them to come on the podcast?
Did you really?
Yes, and I will be messaging them weekly for a while.
You will. Yes, you will.
When Zoe started her podcast, I would just unashamedly badger people to no ends.
Hey, if it gets the job done.
Yeah, I mean, what's the worst? I can't imagine people are getting requests for the inflatable anything to be on a podcast. Like, as much as it's cool to us, they're probably, they don't understand the joy they're having.
Well, there could be this whole underground podcast community of inflatable owners that we don't know about.
There could be, but I'm going to guess no. I'm going to guess no, just because of the price. Like, is there like an inflatable, like a car show where you take your inflatable out to a parking lot of like a hardware store and show off what's under the hood?
Could be.
Yeah, you never know.
An RA meeting, but you guys.
Okay. Well, thank you, Zoe, for the wonderful questions.
Could they call themselves the Knights of the Round Inflatable?
They could. And they could be showing off like how proud they are that they didn't have to pay for their
Could they call them?
They didn't have to pay for their whatever you call it, blowers. They'd be like, look,
the inflators.
my company gives blowers out for free.
Bye.
Bye, Zoe.
Bye.
I will see you tomorrow when I drop off your Sabine armor.
Oh.
I have to take her Sabine armor down to Philly for the Fan Expo. So, those Mandalorians, they need their armor.
They should never be without it.
Okay, I can kick out Frodo. Hey, I just saw this. So I can kick out this right here. I can kick out the Trash Panda. There we go. All right, so this is a rematch, but we're still giving Fordo he's still the champion. anyone else want to join, I don't have any people left. We got our whole one person watching is our contestant.
Well, we also have BP. I'm not familiar with that person. I don't know if I've formally met that person yet, or even the Vader or Vavolter.
Yeah, V is it Volter? V Volter?
Well, I've already announced that I don't read good, so.
Well, I don't either. I teach math and computers. But if you want to join in on the trivia, it's just you don't even lose your dignity. It's not even that kind of trivia.
I don't know. I lost mine on that last round.
Zoe's she's pretty good at writing questions though.
She's slick. She's slick. If you're not reading properly, she'll get you every time.
Yeah. If you don't read good,
I have it set to random answer, so the answers move. So you just can't if you realize what it is. All right. All right. I saw some move here. Okay. Let's give this one last try, and you see what you guys score while we talk. It's all right. We don't need the directions. It's pretty straightforward. If anyone wants to join late, if you're in, just join in. The number is up in the corner. Hopefully you can see it. It's 972187. Is the code for the Blooket. And John is Ken is 7 points.
Because someone just snatched some stuff from me.
I don't know what you want me to do about it.
This is what I'm going to do about
it. I don't know. Like I said, the worst is when you get the really hard question right and it takes 50% of your gold. So.
Like that? And like that. Oh, wow.
Oh.
Wow. I got triple gold. Triple gold.
Gold? Well, that's not bad.
Well, triple of 0 is 0, so.
That's true. I do remember that from my math, teaching math.
Triple 0? What?
Triple 0, that's good.
Oh, I don't like the answers. Oh my god, and I got double on that one.
What?
Let's see. I got some people joining in on
my stuff left and right.
My YouTube and join the join. So it's like Fordo is going to win again. We have our champion. He's all this time listening to us every week has paid off.
Yeah.
And if you honestly, I don't know if Ken or John, if you have taken any of Zoe's quizzes or polls on StarWarsGeekGirl.com, but she has some really good polls on there as well.
Yeah, I think I only took one of them.
Yeah, I also think I only took one.
She makes me feel not like a fan sometimes, but I she's my kid, so I try to take them every time she posts. I think she posts one poll a month.
I don't want to
one quiz a week or something like that.
What's really sad is I find myself getting the same one wrong more than one time.
Yeah.
Gives you the answer,
That's what's even more embarrassing about it.
Yeah, so once I hear from TikTok again, then we can stream this to TikTok as well, where I have way more followers, but I've gotten good feedback about what we do here, so I mean, and we've met Fordo, so Fordo's beating you.
It's coming back, Fordo.
Maybe.
Oh, John got tie. don't know.
Come on. I'm concentrating so hard on this. You'd think I was doing a math problem or something.
Just carry the one. Carry the one. Sweep the leg.
Ken, what was that?
Whoa, man. Ken got 1,800 points. Man. So and again, this one's kind of fun when you have like 10, 15 people, because then you can, everyone gets lost in the muck. But while you guys are doing it, so I've sent you guys a message. Zoe got a panel.
That's so very cool.
Yet. So that's exciting. I was a little disappointed that she didn't get on the regular panel stage. She got on the podcast stage, which I'm happy for, because she was one of the but one of the, when they first did a podcast stage. So I was happy that they did that. And they keep announcing more guests, so it seems like they're getting Celebration together. I think Celebration was falling under the same thing that all the Star Wars movies fall under. A lot of people that don't know what's going on start speculating, and then behind the scenes it's actually getting taken care of.
Yeah.
Whoa, Fordo with 28.2K. Whoa,
how the heck?
Wait, hold on. How did I just go to 0?
Someone did a swap. They probably did a swap and a at the same time.
Oh, that's annoying.
Yeah, it looks like someone took half, and then someone took a whole bunch of other stuff. Ken took it from you twice. This is gonna be like I don't know. You know what?
This should be the battle royal right here.
You know, it'd be a good trivia game. We should write a trivia about the 2 days we were filming at the White Cliffs. How many trivia questions do you think we could come up with, and just get all the guys that were there and try to get them to answer?
Oh, but my goodness, I'm sure, because one of the things about it, the folks that we hang out with, is they have the whole history of Star Wars that they've been aware of, and whether we're talking about the books, the comics, or the movies.
Yeah. Oh, John, they're whittling away at your winnings here.
Yeah, I see that. I'm also whittling away at my own.
Oh.
I don't like the ones where it's like lose 25%.
Yeah, that's the one. Like, as a teacher, that's the one I think is really weird. Like, I understand if you don't get any points, like maybe take too long, but to lose points when you get a question right doesn't seem. Wait a minute, 706K or 506K.
That's what I'm talking about. Like, how?
Well, Ken.
9, 8.
You're welcome, Ken. That's so annoying.
Snatch victory from the jaws of defeat accidentally.
Well, I don't know. I hope that was fun.
Not even by my own actions. Thanks a lot, Mr. Skillies.
But I just like that trivia just because it makes people pay attention the whole time. So what I normally do for my students, I do the longer time what I do for my students, I normally do the round we just did to get them familiar with the questions, and then we do the battle royale as the second round, so they've seen all the questions, and then they can worry about answering them correctly. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So that's an insight in when I have them review their computer terms.
One thing I'll give you and Zoe compliments on related to those questions, it was a wonderful medley of stuff from the movies, stuff from the books, stuff from the behind the scenes. Which is right up my alley. So they were great.
Well, that's Fantastic. What she asked me. So because I was started writing questions, and honestly, my questions could tell like the things they were coming across as the things I really like. So that was that I wanted to. Yeah, here we said, could you possibly link the game or send it to me in TikTok? Oh yeah, I'm sorry. We'll put another link in when we do it again. But Zoe has such a wide, like, I feel like I have a deep Star Wars love, but my knowledge is patchwork depending on what it is. Where Zoe has a wide, and it's hers is wide and deep in the sense that, you know. So when I told her, she said, "What do you want me to make the questions about?" I said, "Just if you can just cover a few questions about all different things." I said, "I'd like everything to do with the movies, TV shows, books, comics, also behind the scenes stuff too. You know, like who did this and who did that, stuff like that." Yeah, I will. Yeah, let me see if I can. Let me see if I don't know how to. Honestly, I don't know how to share that. TikTok is the. I mean, to share the Look It. Now there are tons. If you go on Look It, I know there's tons of Star Wars. I just don't know if mine will appear. Let me see. Let me see what my settings are for this real quick. Since Fordo won, we have to definitely give him some.
Yes. If we had a ribbon, you would get it, or
Yeah.
a trophy.
Okay, there's the link copied.
A goblet
Let me
of
just
fire.
let me check the
something along
settings
those
and make
lines.
sure I have it for sharing. Edit info. Okay, I have it set to public. Okay. I don't know if I can send it in TikTok, but I can. There's the link. Does that help, Fordo? There's the link to the game if you want to play it. I don't know if you need an account to to run it, but and then that's Zoe's doing so. And you can set the time on the game. So here, I know this is probably not really Star Wars related, but here's what it looks like in the thing. You can set how much time you want. So you can show the answers. So I have it set to random order right here. So every time it runs, they get moved around stuff. So
does it keep track of who took the most gold from people?
It can, like if I run the stats, so you can pay, like if you just do the basic service, you don't get all the stats. As a teacher, like if you can pay extra for like stats and tracking.
Oh, okay.
I don't have my students log into accounts because under some federal laws, you can't use certain things with students. So if you don't know where all their servers are housed, and you have a majority of your students are under 13, you can't use certain things. So
Gotcha.
I always err on the side of just, so
Safety.
I have mine set that they actually can't make an account to play it just because of, students' privacy and stuff like that. But yeah, that was our trivia. I mean, we can make some more trivia. Like I said, there's tons of Star Wars trivia on there. I just knew Zoe would make better questions because I like trivia, but I also hate when trivia becomes like, what was the third moon that the Falcon just barely glimpsed? You know what I mean? That was referred to in a almost obscure book or something like that.
We picked up the trivia box, the Star Wars trivia box this weekend at a thrift store.
Yeah.
And it has questions in there like, what is the class of ship that so and so flew? Not just the kind of the class, the manufacturer of the ship and stuff like that.
Now, does that have on the back like watercolor pictures of different characters?
Let me grab it. I'll check.
Back of each card.
Yeah, the Star Wars trivia game that I own is the Trivial Pursuit that they released after Revenge of the Sith came out.
Yeah, I got that. Oh yeah, but so the cards in there. Did you look at the cards? Let me see if
what was that? Sorry.
Let me see. See that? Let me see if I can get my hand where I need to put it. See this artwork here on my wall?
Yes.
That's made of all those cards.
Oh, very cool.
Yeah, I have the Trivial Pursuit one, which is pretty good too.
Yeah, we have a couple of those too. I mean, just for fun. I mean, here's some of the questions. Who manufactured the Theta class T2C shuttle?
Yeah.
Come on, Arc 77. You should know that one. Or let's see. What did Luke Skywalker say Han Solo was best at when Han refused to help battle the Death Star?
What was that like watching out for himself?
Taking care of himself. Close.
Oh, well, if I played with my ex-brother-in-law, that I would have been wrong. It was at Seinfeld when they were the guy was like a real stickler for Trivial Pursuit.
That's not the word. It's not exact.
There was a typo, and it was instead of Moors, it was said Moops. It was Bubble Boy. It was a Bubble Boy episode. Well, see, there was a DVD Star Wars trivia game.
Seen it?
No, this is pre-seen it. I have
Okay.
it somewhere, but it was like you synced it up and then you asked questions about it. It was one of those ones that came right after the VCR games, you know.
Okay.
Now I was going to ask you about. So I don't know. We were talking a little bit about gaming, and now I feel like if anytime I want to hear about gaming, I just log on to any of Anthony's stuff because Anthony's like the gaming wizard. But the gaming here, I gotta shut my TikTok off because the people on TikTok probably think there's something. They're like, what's wrong with this man? The guys on TikTok, go to my YouTube. Sorry. All right. Because I'm just talking. And I looked up my TikTok and people are like question marks and confused. No, but do you remember Lucas Arts game called Outlaws?
Somewhat. I mean, I didn't spend a lot of time playing it.
First-person shooter, and it was good. I mean, the graphics weren't the best, but it was But it came with a soundtrack, and I lost the disc years ago. But on some of these old computers, I found it on some of my old iTunes accounts. I was like, oh, and it's like Western music made, you know, that was probably late 90s. You know?
Well, so then I'm going to challenge you to make sure that you have that on CD or on your iPod so that when we come up for the Tuscan build, you can play that in the background while we're building.
Yeah, I put it on one of my TikToks, and now I can't find I don't know if it's on. Let me see. Let me see if it's on this phone. Yeah, the problem with having way too many old computers, I have them synced up with way too many things. And then Apple just keeps changing things and not telling you stuff. So that's also fun. Let's see if I have. Oh, I have a date for that Tuscan build, but I got to check with Zoe because she's the one that was asking. I have to put that up. Let me see. Lucasfilm or LucasArts. That's what it's called. No, I can't find it. So apparently it's not on here. Oh, there we go. Here it is. Tell me if you can hear this.
That's very Western.
It was, like I said, it was a Wild West. This is another one.
I wonder if the guy who did the Mandalorian and Book of Boba Fett soundtrack ever listened to that.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. He might be a little young for that. There we go. I turned it off. Got 6 apps open. Yeah, he might be. I don't know. It was a first-person shooter. Like, it was very reminiscent of a slightly better. It was probably about the same time as the first. What was the first Dark Forces?
Oh yeah, okay.
It was about the same time, but it was Western. You know, you had revolvers, Henry rifles, and shotguns. So, a Lucas fact. I don't know. So let me see. Did I? Oh, you can see all the games I host. That's fine. Well, Fordo, I'm sorry. If my computer games are for 6th graders, so they probably will bore you. But yes, you can see all the games I host. I don't.
Yeah, 6th graders and pilots on the inflatable Falcon.
Yes, yeah. Well, my
Which in
HTML,
some ways we're kind of like sixth graders
yeah,
talking about toys and Legos and video games.
yeah, the HTML ones would probably bore most people. So, but I think, I wonder. Yeah, I don't know. So yeah. Anyway, so we didn't have, other than that, other than celebration news, there was.
So how does that stage work, or is it just a whole podcasting area that
So
she'll
what
be
they
in?
what they did it what they did at Chicago. So when they had a panel at Orlando. So there was a room, and it's all set up, mics and everything. You just plug in your recorder, whatever you want to, like if you're going to record with a Zoom, you just plug that in. At the time, I didn't have a Zoom recorder, so I was lugging this big old laptop, and I plugged it in, and that's how you get the audio, and you throw a camera up for the video feed. Then the podcast stage at Chicago, like had this right here, had it scheduled. You had 50 minutes to do your podcast. You were scheduled an hour, so like, or 40. Let me see, 45 minutes. You were scheduled 45 minutes, so you had 15 minutes to tear down, so the other people could start right at their time. So you basically had 10 minutes, and then they had 5 minutes to set up. And you submitted like their first one when the girls first did it. They were under 18, so you can't do a panel if you're under 18. So Sal and I signed up to be Star Wars Geek Girls, and then we had them as guests. And then we just didn't sit on the stage, and they did the podcast. And they were fine with it. I think it's just a formality of they couldn't have, underage people signing up.
And because you're flying out, you probably won't be able to steal another one of those big signs, right?
No, probably not.
Unfortunate.
No.
But you could steal a banner.
Hey,
you could roll up a banner in your suitcase.
We'll see. But they so this time, the panel, you could do any theme, and you didn't have to do a podcast. So their first panel was on being females in fandom, because the girl Zoe especially, but Lizzie too, they grew up before there was her universe, before really when Ahsoka was still ridiculed. And so they talked about that. They had like a grown woman like tearing up that was there at their podcast and stuff.
Oh my goodness.
So she actually writes for Coffee with Kenobi. She wrote an article on them. But so that was, they did a panel and then they did a Q&A. So with the podcast stage, you basically just do your podcast and then you move on. So what I'll probably wind up doing is probably the best way to live stream. I'll probably live stream it on TikTok, just because I'll be using my phone. Because I'm not gonna. I doubt I'll take a computer. Like Zoe might take her computer, but I'm definitely not taking a computer. I'll take my Zoom recorder and some wires and stuff like that.
Oh, cool.
And, I might look into like some kind of camera that I can bounce off on my phone, but I just don't want to have to carry a lot through the airport, because I just got my flights, and then I got an email after that, and they're like, oh, we have to stop in Montana or something like that. We have a layover in Montana or something. So that sounds like tons of fun. Not knocking Montana, but like Wednesday night, like I will get there I will get in LA Wednesday at 12:34 or something like that, midnight. So
Yikes.
and then we leave first thing Monday morning, because I gotta be back for school on Tuesday. So, but
Do you remember what the scavenger hunt item was that I challenged you with getting while you were there?
The picture of us doing normal things, or no? You wanted
that's different. This is the celebration one. This is getting a picture of Jim Swearingen.
Yes. Yeah. Well, you're going to have to make sure you put that in writing in a text to me, because I will be on the plane home thinking, and I will have got like Jim Neighbors or something like that, because I had the name on, which I think Jim Neighbors is dead.
I got a picture of my friend Jim swearing again.
Well, and like in Orlando, I ran into, is it David Collins, the guy who does the music?
David W. Collins, yeah.
I ran into him just walking from a Denny's, because the only place I could get vegan food in Orlando was a Denny's, had a veggie burger. So, And I was
Because
walking.
I always think of Denny's when it comes to vegan options.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I was like, do you have it? He's like, yes, we have a veggie burger. So I liked Orlando, but Orlando was a tough one, just because it was so spread out, and also at the time, like I said, my wife lost her mom while we were there, so we were kind of trapped. So as much the fun was kind of offset by that, because her mom got real sick when we left, like after we left, and then passed away Saturday night, and my wife and I had to decide, like, do we tell the girls, like when do you tell them when, I mean, so that was a weird situation at for the no better use of terms. But Chicago, I still like, if they had to pick a permanent place, even though Orlando the weather is nicer and you could do more, I thought the Chicago layout was better.
Yeah, but it's in
See, I
May,
would
so
love to
weather
have it.
doesn't really matter.
It snowed when we were there.
Yeah.
It snowed. It was funny because we had SoCal Garrison, and some people had never seen snow before. Like, they had seen it on mountains, but they had never seen it. They were like running out in their snow troopers were having a blast because it snowed that morning.
They were like kids. It was funny to watch. Well, if I had to pick a permanent spot, I'd want it to be close to something else. I mean, Chicago, there's a bunch of stuff, but if you had it in Orlando, you're close to Disney World. If you have it in Anaheim, you're close to Disneyland. And that new George Lucas Museum, the Museum of Arts or something like that, visual arts is going to be opening up soon. So
yeah, I go back and forth because I hate when people do exactly what I'm going to do right now, is when you second guess and I have no clue what they're talking about, but I often wonder, like I like Orlando and I like Anaheim. I think what bothers me the most is, like, they're doing it on Memorial Day weekend. Like, there's already tons of people traveling to that spot. So how can we make it even more people traveling to that spot? Like, that's where I wish, like, Reed Pop and all these cons, they do times that limit the wrong people. So you have people in college. Sometimes Memorial Day weekend for some people is a little early. Or when they do it late August, that limits all the people in college because they're moving into college. Like, but now if you look at July, and I know July is like a hard time, but July is free and clear. Almost every place, like, there's no cons in July. They back up in June and they back up in August. And so, and I like Chicago because I could carry my gear. That's I refuse to put my gear on a plane. Because you think of your Mando kit, even if you say it's worth X amount of dollars, it's worth more than,
Like, think about the time that you've put into that. You might be able to buy something similar, but you can't replace the amount of time you put into that darn thing.
Right. Well, like 000 took me 14 months to make all the molds and make it. And then if you put a high end price on it, what am I going to do? I got to redo all that. If someone drops it and cracks, 000's head or something. So.
Or it makes it out on a turnstile and it opens up and just goes over, all the parts come out.
Yeah. Or if it just gets flagged because, they think something's a blaster. Like if you have a TK, like, I wouldn't be able to take my blasters because they're metal. But that's what I personally, I think people will go wherever they put Celebration. And what I would love to see, like, find a town that has some cool stuff that no one goes to, and say, hey, do you want to, if they have a big convention center like the Oaks, have you ever been up there, Ken? The Oaks, PA?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Like
RetroCon and stuff like that. That's maybe from here to there. For me, it's only about an hour's drive, maybe. That's
like a perfect place for cons because it's humongous. There's enough hotels around, and there's nothing really else around. You don't have to pay for parking. And that's what, like, I just wonder sometimes if these. I know it's risky for them, and again, I'm speaking out of turn. The same thing I hate about when people do, but I just often wonder, like, if they would just take that risk and make something, bigger. Because I know what you're saying, but, like, and I know travel is limited. It's like some people can only travel one time out of the year, and so they try to pack stuff in. But I just, the cons it gets a little congested. Where Chicago, I felt like was not as crowded as Orlando. I could be wrong, but
Well, the other part to consider, at least for us and people like us, is that's one event of the year that we are involved in. And so, like, for instance, we talked early on about the Fan Expo that's coming to Philadelphia this weekend.
Yeah.
So we'll spend time going to that, and getting our gear on and going to that event. And there's the other thing in a couple weeks after that, and another maybe a library opening or a special event that we'll put all our kit on for to get to be seen in our costumes and so on. So these big events, these singular events like Star Wars Celebration, we absolutely positively want to participate in, and we're not all from right around where that place is.
right. Yeah, I don't have my there's a May 4th event. I have these Star Wars stools. You might as well sit on like a death trap of crushing your spine. But May 4th, I might go down to E-Town. They're setting their whole downtown up like Star Wars.
Wow.
And there's no official troop or anything like that, but one of the guys asked, so I may go down there for E-Town. So.
And where is this being done?
Elizabethtown. So it's about, well, you know what? It's where the cliffs are. It's probably 15 minutes or less from where the cliffs are.
Okay. So still Pennsylvania, still.
Yeah. So Elizabethtown.
Okay.
But I might do that on the 4th. But I don't have any troops really. We don't have many troops that coincide right now with my schedule right at the moment. So there's one down in Maryland this weekend, which I was thinking of doing, but I got to pick Zoe up and
Well, I'm surprised you're not going to the Fan Expo, the one in Philadelphia with Zoe.
Zoe has meetings all day Saturday afternoon, so she's going Friday. I just can't take off work. I'm trying, since my boss was kind enough to let me take the days before Memorial Day, I'm trying to make sure I don't miss any other work for, I have enough sick days I can miss like half a year. So
good God.
Well, it's, as a teacher, it's really not worth missing work. Like, it is more work to miss work, than it is to just go in half sick. Most of my sick days were burnt when my girls were in braces, because apparently orthodontists only make appointments between 11 and 2, So.
Not anymore. I mean, when I had I could go in the office at 8 o'clock in the morning, or, they had some Saturday hours, so things have changed a little bit.
Well, that's nice, because when I had 2 girls in braces, and it was always like, well, we can fit you in here and this, and so I was like, well, okay, I guess I got to take a day off. So, and then one year when Missy's family went through a lot of things, we had 4 deaths in the family. I took 15 days of bereavement between all the deaths in the family.
So considering that you're going out to Celebration, and the last time we got together, we kind of did some guessing of what we thought would be in the Obi-Wan show. What do you think are some of the things that are going to happen at Celebration, outside of people are going to show up in costumes, stars will be on stage, but what kind of announcements do you think they'll make at Celebration, and who do you think will be at some of those big panels?
Well, my guess is there's probably going to be a Attack of the Clones panel, similar to the Phantom Menace panel. Remember the one that, with that, so there'll be that. So I would imagine they'll have that same, they might have some of the same people on stage, because Ewan McGregor, I'm just, that whole moving Kenobi I'm just curious what that's causing. Like, there has
or what's causing it.
Well, or that has to be, they're going to do something at Celebration with that. So there will probably be, my guess is there'll be another panel for one of the other shows. Like at Chicago, we got to see an extended cut of The Mandalorian.
Yeah, I thought it was like you got to see the first couple episodes, right?
I don't think we saw the first. We didn't see the first episode because we didn't know anything about Grogu, but we got to see, I think, a good chunk of the first episode. When we
Okay.
saw Rebels, Rebels was at Orlando. When we saw Rebels, we saw 2 episodes, the first 2 episodes of the new season. Because that's when Dave Filoni came out with the shirt. It said
Ahsoka lives.
Ahsoka lives, yeah. That's what Zoe. I have a video of Zoe crying her eyes out when that happened. That should be a funny TikTok, but I gotta save something for later. But my guess is there'll be a panel. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a panel similar to that for one of the upcoming shows.
Well, so let's talking about the fact that this is the 20th anniversary of Attack of the Clones, and you know that Hayden was in Attack of the Clones, Ewan was in Attack of the Clones, and they're also going to be involved in the Kenobi show. They'll probably be, to your point, they'll be there collectively, so maybe they'll do both. Do you think there's a chance that your friend and mine, George, will be there to celebrate the 20th?
Maybe, but I thought he was going to be there for the Phantom Menace. Like I pictured when we went to that Phantom Menace panel. We got the video from him talking.
Yeah.
I pictured him walking in like any minute.
Yeah.
You know. So, yeah, you never know. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they have a panel / viewing of Obi-Wan with Hayden Christensen and Ewan McGregor.
Ah, okay.
Because they moved it. So, you know what I mean? So that's what I keep thinking, well, why did they move it? So imagine if they have that. So if they moved it to what, Friday?
For worldwide release, I thought. Yeah,
right.
Friday.
So imagine if they have that like an early panel Friday or even a panel late Thursday and you get to see it with Ewan McGregor and Hayden Christensen.
That'd be kind of cool. So I makes me think too that Deborah Chow would be there then.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like I just wouldn't be surprised if they do something like that, kick it off in a good way.
And who's the showrunner for the Andor show?
That I don't know. That's what we need Zoe for. She would be flying names out.
Right. They did announce today that there will be a panel for Kenobi, Andor, and The Mandalorian season 3.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be shocked if we get an Andor trailer.
I'm gonna try to hit I gotta, I'm probably if they're doing it like they did in Chicago, which I liked and hated at the same time. I'll probably have to pick what I want, but I'm making it a point this year to try to go to some of the fan panels.
Okay.
Because I went to one of the fan panels, a trivia panel in Orlando. Me and Safi were just beat, and so we were up on the second or third floor, and it was just some little Star Wars group from I don't know where doing trivia for kids, and we just wanted a place to sit down, and that was one of the most fun panels I sat in on, because it was little 6-7-year-old kids having fits, winning prizes and stuff like that, and so I want to try to hit some of the fan panels, and I'll hit a lot of the podcast stage just to support once they come out with a list of podcasters. Last time what I did was I got in contact with all the podcasters and we made bumpers and then we passed them out. So Zoe could broadcast the bumpers on her feed for the people that were going to be there and stuff like that. And that seemed to work out okay.
How about a picture with Holly Fry and the other folks from Felicith?
Yeah, well, I'll try to get Holly. I'll try to get Holly Fry. I
Brian Young, I think his name is.
I hung out with her husband at Brian Young. I got to talk to him at Chicago just in passing, but because Mike Pilot doesn't do it anymore, he stepped away.
Yeah, I think he just does the producing stuff. He does, more of the off air stuff.
He lives 30 minutes from me. That's where most of my equipment came from. I got all his equipment.
And he came to the theater that you read.
He did not.
He didn't. Okay.
He has a teenage daughter who's involved in all kinds of stuff. So he's a hard guy to pin down because she's
Gotcha.
She does all kinds of stuff. He's always a good guy. They were one of the first ones. We were coming back from Free Comic Book Day in 2015 or 16, I guess. And they called and wanted Zoe to co-host. They had heard Zoe and they had her co-host when she was 14 and stuff, which was really cool. I always try to remember all those people that have helped my kid, because you don't have to. Like kids can. I know like you love your own kids to death, but other people's kids can be quite annoying, and other people's parents can be quite annoying. So I'm always happy when someone has helped Zoe in her journey.
Do you think they'll make any announcements possibly about Jedi Fallen Order 2?
Yeah, maybe. See, they might have a stand like they did. Remember in Chicago, they had the stand for Vader Immortal and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So I'm looking. I hope they bring the Falcon again. I hope this. That's why I'm hoping Zoe gets her press passes, because last time with the press passes we got in an hour early, so we got to see a lot of the stuff.
You have to take pictures of some of those cars to convince John to make his car a Star Wars car.
Yeah, yeah. I gotta do it.
Get on that Road Squadron.
Maybe we can convince the guys and girls from Magic Jump to bring the inflatable Falcon to Celebration.
If there is an inflatable Falcon, I'm going to be extremely happy.
Stand in line for 3 hours just to bounce around for 10 minutes.
They'll be like, "There's Hayes' panel." No, I want to be an I want to be an inflatable Falcon. And then they just need to make like big Jabba suits, but those sumo suits where you try to knock each other off. Just make make the two Hutts from Boba Fett.
The twins.
Yeah. Just try to knock yourself over. But yeah, there's a lot of guests. Like I'm not. I don't think I'll wind up getting any guest pictures or anything, and I don't see anything in the store. Like I was looking at some of the shirts and stuff, and I was like, I got so many Star Wars shirts. I have Star Wars shirts that I haven't worn that they've sit in my closet that they got creases on them, like bad, just
from being folded.
Yeah, just from being folded for so long. So
I recently picked up a shirt from Star Wars Rebels with the Inquisitor on it and a bunch of clones, and it's never been opened. The package is brand new. I got it at a comic book shop, and the guy was selling for $10.
There was some good, the Clone Wars and Rebels had some good merch. The Rebels had a lot of merch that first season, and then it died off quick.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah, there was some cool shirts that came out.
And then with the Resistance, I think they missed an opportunity with all those different ships that they piloted. I thought those character designs were really creative and unique. And they would have made for great vehicles. All the ships that they flew, you could have got the pilot and their ship, even if they did it in the Lego version, where each one had a Lego version of their.
I was surprised that they didn't come out with a game, like they did with pod racing.
Oh yeah,
I was surprised they didn't come out with a game where you race those ships. That was surprising to me. But I mean. It's just the toy world I'm not a toy guy, but I have kids, and I just saw the toy world change. I see it with my students too. Like even I started teaching in 2002, and you would still have kids talk about action figures. Like kids that's not even on their radar anymore, So, but yeah, I'm looking like the panel wise, I don't know if they're going to make a lineup for panel or if they're going to do the queue again. Like I don't know which one you like the best. Like I like the lining up at Orlando to a certain point, but I also didn't.
The only lineup for the panels that I liked was the being able to stay in the convention overnight.
Yeah,
for me that added to the event because in some ways that night overnight was a mini party. So the event hadn't started yet. That everybody that was there wanted to be in that big panel when they did those announcements and they had all the stars on stage and so on. So there was a special atmosphere aura about it. I mean, I remember like 2:00 in the morning playing music, and there would be a herd of people over in a corner doing lightsaber battles, and Ryan Johnson walked through, and Gareth Edwards and Anthony Daniels would come through or whatever. So and one of them, I can't remember which one it was, whether it was Gareth or Ryan, went and bought a whole bunch of pizzas. And started handing them out to folks that were waiting overnight. So it was really cool. But for the other parts, the other panels, the other events, one of the things that I didn't like, and I waited in line for a lot of things, is I did the math, and I spent so much time waiting that I didn't get to be out on the floor. I didn't get to go to Artist Alley. I didn't get to look at all the merchandise that was available or to talk to the authors, because I would spend 2, 3, 4 hours a day waiting in line to get into this room to sit and listen to a panel.
Yeah, and that's I guess that's my, like, there's that camaraderie. Like we stood in the Rebels line at Orlando. Now we had armbands that were given to us, like press passes. So we got to stand in a shorter line than most people, so we didn't have to wait all night. But even then, we still wait. I don't want to say wasted, but we were in there for hours. And again, there's so much to see. At a certain point, you have to weigh the panel. So I liked Chicago. I did like the queue system in Chicago, where you just put in what you wanted and it told you if you got it or not, and you didn't have, but I do understand what you're saying, in the sense that you do have that part of the panel, which is kind of cool. That camaraderie and stuff like that. But that also depends on who you're with. If you're with smaller children, or if your spouse is not quite into it, or if some people have to eat at specific times, and they're not into that.
Yeah, the first time the first celebration that we went to was Anaheim. And so we also made the mistake of attempting to go to Disneyland the day before celebration. So the four of us spent the entire day at Disneyland, riding rides, eating food, all that sort of stuff. Heather and the boys went back to the hotel. I took a quick shower and then walked to the convention center, and I stayed overnight in the convention center because the boys were young, and Heather didn't want them to be, in the convention center overnight and not getting a lot of sleep. So I was in the convention center by myself. And then when we did Celebration Orlando, Derek, the youngest one, he was up for the challenge. He's like, I'll stay overnight with you. And that was the year of the 40th anniversary of A New Hope. And we stayed overnight. He and I managed to make it into second row of that opening panel, and that was the one where George was there. Yeah, and they did the tribute to Carrie, and they did the John Williams concert, and it can't ever recreate something for me that is as incredible as that. But yeah, I can see why some people wouldn't want to stay overnight and either be awake all night or attempt to sleep on a concrete floor.
Right.
But I did like that party vibe atmosphere, and it was pretty fun. I mean, and the people around you can make or break it. You can have a wonderful time, or if you shift 2 feet, they're trying to squeeze in, thinking that they're going to get into the thing before you do. Like, dude, we're all waiting. We're all in a really long line. So whether you step back from me 3 feet or you're right up my caboose, we're still waiting together.
Yeah. Yeah, and again, that's the trade-off in the cons, because I know, even in one sense, as much as I'm going to miss having a costume with me and having the girls in costume, I am kind of looking forward to just being a con goer, and because as I loved with Safi with 000, but that's a high maintenance suit for me, and a hard suit to wear for her. And so it limited what we especially until we realized that we should not wear the mask when she was walking across, just because of pictures, people trying to, we just draped a towel over and walked across, so she just looked like someone with a robe on. But the first day and a half, we were spending an hour and a half, 2 hours just to get over there because of photos, and then she was wore out.
Yep. And you also, at that same time, you don't get to enjoy the con as a tourist, because you're busy performing for the folks who want pictures. Not that it's a bad thing.
No.
Not that it's an awful thing. You just have to, figure out, what are we going to do this time or this block of time? Am I going to go and be seen, or am I going to go to see other things? And I think that's one of the differences between us and some people who go to these conventions. They go strictly as that tourist, as that person who's looking to get stuff. And sometimes we go to interact and become a part of the galaxy, of that lived in universe that we talk so much about.
Well, and
because there is something super cool about having a kid see you from across the way and come running at you because they want to get a picture with you. There's something really special about that.
Well, and Safi's suit, like Dan's suit, is vacuum formed. Safi's suit weighs about 4 times as much as Dan's. Because
Wow.
hers is all cast, and I had to make it thick enough that it wouldn't crack. So her next one will be fiberglass, which will be about comparable to Dan. His chest piece is vacuum formed. I picked his up and almost threw it because I was used to picking Safi's up. So. But yeah, I agree, and I just want to. There's a lot of people I've got to know since the last 2 celebrations, that I just want to meet, and like I want to hang out with some people that I haven't seen in a while. And Marty, so it's me, Marty, and Dan are going. I think Toga's going to be there.
Anthony will be there.
But I know me, Marty, and Dan are going, and and it's one of the few places Marty's not taking anything either. So.
See what you can do about bumping into Anthony. He's going out there.
Yeah. I got to do his line duty, man. That was fun. I did his line duty for 2 hours.
Oh no, I'm talking about Anthony from our podcast.
Yeah.
Not Anthony Daniels.
Okay. I was thinking Anthony Daniels. I only know 2 famous Anthonys, and that's your Anthony and Anthony Daniels. Yeah,
it's funny when we first started doing the podcast, we play off the Anthony and Kenny thing. Him as Anthony Daniels and me as Kenny Baker.
There you go. Now you need a picture, and now I need a picture of him with a gold hue, and you shrunk down with a blue and white hue.
My head sticking out of a garbage can.
Yeah. Well, that's a sign you have to build an R2D2. You have Dave Castellano not far from you, one of the R2 builders, like the head of the R2 builders.
Really? Where's he?
He's like north of Philly.
Oh, I did not realize that. Okay.
So Dave Castellano, he has droids. He is prolific in his droid building skills.
That's awesome. Just don't say that too loud, because if Heather hears about me doing another project, she'll probably slap me stupid.
Yeah, but then she could drive the droid.
True. We were joking around the last time we went to Batu, and we saw the R2D2 in the shop, and it said only $25,000.
Nowadays with 3D printing, like before the days of 3D printing, if you like Marty's R2, which I don't know if you haven't seen his R2 up close.
I have. I saw him I saw his R2 at Oaks the time we went up there for the either the Lego convention or the kids science thing or whatever.
Yeah. Well, his is a wooden frame. His is just a wooden frame with metal skins. Like his was built pre 3D printing.
Oh wow.
They're not. I mean, other than the dome is you're not going to get away from, unless you 3D print the dome. You're going to spend $500 on the dome. No matter, unless you 3D print. But the rest of this droid, they're not too terribly difficult, and they're not overly expensive. I mean, guys they'll drop $4 and $5 grand, which is expensive, but nowadays with 3D parts and stuff, that can be cut down to, a third of that over time.
I'd love to do a bucket from Star Wars Resistance. So it's the R2 body, but he had the pilot helmet head.
Did you see the one in Chicago?
Probably did, but I don't remember.
That droid builder's room was awesome in Chicago. I love that droid builder's room.
They always do such a great job. The droid builders do a wonderful job, and the Mandalorian mercs do an incredible setup. They had the throne and the speeder and the different jail cells and stuff like that. They really put on a show. Yeah, well,
the mercs around here probably do the best display. Probably the droid builders and mercs and I'm saying that as a 501st member, but the mercs and the droid builders probably do the best displays around here.
Well, one of the things I really enjoy about the mercs setups, they build them to be touched.
Yep.
So they build those little prison cells so kids can get in there, families can get in there. I've been to some of the events with some of the other costume clubs, and they'll have signs like 24 by 36 in big bold letters, "Do not touch."
Yeah, I always.
You're coming to this event with children and stuff. Why are you going to bring stuff you don't want anyone to touch? Leave it at home.
I always laugh when I see guys. They'll have it's any of the costuming group, but they'll have like a signed helmet from all the actors sitting in the middle of the table, and they spend 6 hours telling people how great it is, but please don't touch it. Then don't bring it. You know what I mean?
Yep. It's great to have. Leave it at home, but come on. Let's think this through.
Yeah. No, I love. So I just love the Mando Mercs because they have the blasters. I know the I don't is your the Jersey clan is different than the Pennsylvania clan, right?
Yes.
Okay. Clan Mandalorian. I shouldn't just say clan on video because some people might think we're talking something else. But the Mandalorian group of Mandalorians in Pennsylvania, they have the pen. They don't have a throne. They have like a. It almost looks like an encampment,
Yes.
right? Like
Yep.
an encampment, and then they have blasters that kids can pick up. Yeah,
Yep.
they do such a nice job.
And with the enclosure that you're talking about that's set up to look like a jail cell, they use movie magic to bring it to life.
Yeah.
So the vertical columns of the prison of the jail cell, it's PVC pipe wrapped in reflective tape.
Yeah.
And so if you take a picture of the jail cell with the flash of your camera on, it works just like the early lightsabers where the flash bounces off the reflective tape and it makes it look like the bars are glowing.
Right. Well, see, I've been experimenting with. You ever see the reflective spray paint? It's clear.
Yes, I haven't used it yet, but I've seen it.
And I've been playing around with that because I wanted to try something like that too with armor. Like just paint. Like I was thinking of doing a chest piece of Mandalorian armor, like black armor, and then just mask off. So when you take a picture with a flash, it would have something hidden. It would reflect like a shape onto, almost like your own flare.
Or you could do it kind of like they did in the book of Boba Fett, where they had the sigil, the symbol, like the hobo markings that you only saw if you were looking. So when you did the flash, maybe it is like
that's not a bad idea.
The skull that shows up on the armor, but you wouldn't see it if you didn't take that flash photo.
Yeah. So I mean, we did. Well, I don't know, John, if you probably not out in Ohio, but have you ever done a droid hunt, Ken, at a con?
No, we haven't done a droid hunt, but we have done bounties.
Yeah.
So the droid hunt, is that where you get little clues, or you have to go around to the people in costume to see if they have the droid? How does it work?
See, they've changed it, but the original droid hunt, I'm going to look here in a minute. I'm going to look for the cards. I'll let you guys talk in a minute. The original droid hunt, you would set up your table, like if you went to a con, say like a Friday, Saturday, and Sunday con.
Yep.
You would set up your table and you would have these cards with pictures of droids on them on lanyards. And if you wanted to participate in the droid hunt, you came to the 501st table and they give you a card with a lanyard. And then throughout the week, so the droid hunt might take place, like Friday might be you get your cards. Saturday from noon to 5 is the droid hunt. And the 501st then sends their people out, costumed people. They have to be under the rule. You have to have a costume person with a mask. It can't be like an officer or anything. And you go around, and if you see someone wearing one of those lanyards, like a child, you say, "How long have you had those droids?" Right, and then you take the card from the kid.
Yep.
And you give the kid a ticket to take back to the 501st table, and then the Sunday. You have a drawing and the kids win prizes.
Oh, that's pretty cool. Okay.
And what's neat, the premise of it, which is really cool, is it gets the characters to interact with people, because a lot of people aren't very good at, they need a little prompting to interact with the people. And then you get with Rebel Legion and you have these mind tricked cards. So if I have 100 droid hunt cards I'm passing out, and I have 10 mind trick I give to Rebel Legion, they will give people mind trick cards. So if I say, "How long have you had this droid?" the kid can flash me a mind trick card. And I can't take their badge. But when I have a mind trick card, I have to go back to the 501st table to give the mind trick before I can search for more. Because while all of this is going on, the 501st members are having their own contest to see who can get the most droids.
Okay.
So
that is super creative, because one thing I will say, I'm not going to name
free.
names of any specific groups or whatever, but some folks who do enjoy Star Wars are mildly socially awkward.
Yeah, well, there is, and I've been doing it long enough. There is a method to trooping with people. You have to put yourself out there, and it takes a little while for some people to just get comfortable. And the weird part is, if I do a con and I'm in a costume, and then when I'm leaving, and someone looks at you when you're leaving, and you're almost get ready to step up like you're going to get a picture taken. You're like, oh wait a minute, I'm in like street clothes.
You don't want a picture of me. You're looking at someone else.
Because the best example of it to me, trooping, is the closest to being invisible. Because you spend 6 hours getting pictures with people all day long, and then you take that suit off, and that same person that wanted you to hold their baby or put your arms around their kids or take tons of pictures, they have no clue who you were.
Yep.
And it is a cool feeling, I've been handed babies, which freaks me out because I'm like, I feel like I can't see. Like, they'll just hand me a baby. I'm like, oh man, please don't let me, drop this person's baby.
Yeah, I haven't gotten that, but I have gotten hugged from the knees down, which is kind of strange when you're wearing that helmet and you don't expect to feel something wrap around your knees, and you look down and it's a toddler who's so excited that you're there.
Oh yeah. I've been humped by Deadpool for pictures. Deadpool's come up and humped me.
It's a rite of passage, really.
Yeah, well, when Deadpool first came out, I would say my favorite cosplayers, both favorite and annoying, were always Deadpool. They always walked the line of just driving you insane, but they were always so nice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
when I was at Colossal Con was it 2018 or 2019? There was a train of Deadpool cosplayers. The person at the front had a very large Bluetooth speaker hung around his neck, blaring Aha's Take on Me.
Nice.
And they were all running in a line. I swear. And everyone was doing the arm pump dance.
Yeah. There you go.
And there had to have been at least 30 or 40 Deadpools. It was insane because Colossal is not a big con, despite the name.
It's not Colossal, is what you're trying to say?
Yeah, it's not massive.
It's Colossal. I think you're pronouncing it incorrectly.
So to go back to probably one of our many other discussions, I'm at this, to me, and I know I'm very biased, my perfect size con still to this day is Steel City. Like, I have yet to find a con like the ones at Oaks I like, but Steel City, it's that perfect mix of good guests, just enough space to move, and the isolation of just you get to have a con weekend when you go, because there's really nothing else to do.
Yeah, I got to get out to one of those at some point.
It is well worth it.
100%.
Yeah. It's. I mean, I can't go in April and August. I'm hoping to go. It's just once I find the dates and when Zoe's going to LA, but I'll probably do August. It's worth the trip because it's I wouldn't say it's cheap. Anything you do for fun is not cheap, but as the price for cons go, it's like, what is it, like $45 for 3 days now or something like that, or 40?
Yeah, it's $39 for a 3-day pass.
Yeah, and the 3-day pass gets you in an hour early, and the hotel's like a $127 or something like that a night.
Mm-hmm.
Is the hotel close to where the convention is?
You walk, like you park your car and you just walk. It's like feet.
Oh, that's cool.
Even when they used to give us a changing room when we trooped it, I still just changed in my room. It was just easier. I just walk, and then it's and most of the talent stay in that same hotel. So if you hang out at the bar, you're going to run into some of them.
Oh, that's pretty fun.
The guy who played Darth Vader was loaded the last time I saw him. Before he passed, he was hanging out down there. I got to meet Ray Park and Daniel Logan a couple times. Well, not Ray Park I met once. Daniel Logan I met a couple times.
Daniel Logan is really nice. We've met him once. Actually, I think 2 times, but the one time I remember here in Jersey, Heather and I spent a good 20-30 minutes with him, just literally shooting the breeze like we were pals. Well,
him and Ray Park saw Zoe's first Sabine, they didn't know who Sabine was. So they thought she was just doing pink Boba Fett. And so they both wanted pictures. They literally came out of their booths and took pictures with Zoe while people were waiting in line to pay for pictures, So that was they were good people. Yornis was there. Yornis that plays Chewbacca. He liked Safi's 000. So, that was pretty cool.
Yeah, I think he's like 2 foot taller than Heather is. I think he's what,
Jesus.
7'4" or something like that. He's a big dude.
Yeah. Well, and then Ohio has one of the best Captain Phasmas.
Mhm.
The Ohio Garrison has the woman that looks just like Gwendolyn Christie, and she's just as tall. And she goes to Steel City a good bit.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, I think she was there in December.
Yeah, she's there. I think she's there 2 or 3 times a year. So, and their panels are nice. They're like I said, they're it's a good con. I mean, and they have a good artist alley. You know.
Yeah, I'm disappointed I can't go this weekend, but
Yeah, it just didn't like for me. It's just like celebration is taking up my time, and she's busy with school, so it would have probably not been good for her to go. And she's taking a summer course, so she's not even going to celebration. It's just going to be me and Zoe. So
Yeah, I lucked out this weekend. I'm going to go up Saturday with Heather, and then on Sunday I'm going to go to the Fan Expo. As I'm not sure how much time I'll spend in kit, but I know I'll spend a good chunk of the day on Sunday. As
so if we
Ken
get one of those, you'd ever see the inflatable rafts of the Millennium Falcon?
Oh, the bouncy house one, or the one for the pool.
Yeah, so you could dress up as our podcast. Just buy one of those and wear on your back.
Yeah, probably get a bandolier strap, like a furry Chewbacca bandolier strap. But I think it's taller than I am.
So when you're there Friday, you got to talk to the Mando Mercs, and we should do a Mando Mercs Wednesday. And just have a bunch of them come on.
Yeah, well, it'll be Saturday and Sunday, but yeah, I can definitely mention it.
No, but say to them, look,
Yeah.
look, we're desperate. We need guests. We can't talk about the inflatable Falcon that much, and poor Fordo needs to see more than just us three.
Yeah, we do have friends outside of this pod. Well, at least I'll say they're my friends. I don't know if they'll admit it publicly, but I'll at least say it on here that they're my friends.
I don't know. People at work just look at me with this little bit of a side eye, like, oh, he's that Star Wars guy.
yeah, me too.
Well, there are some folks that celebrate it. Like whenever we have a cafeteria in the building I work in, and there's the hot station, and then there's the salad making station, and the lady who makes the salads that I go down there and get just about every other day. She's like, "Hey, it's Mr. Star Wars." All right, I'll go with that.
Well, they just contact, like I got contacted about a wedding in October. I will soon be getting all the May the 4th contacts. They'll want me to come into their classroom.
May 2nd, they'll start.
They forget I'm teaching. Like, yeah, I feel like saying, me because I'm teaching in your district, and guess what? I still have to teach on May the 4th.
Yeah, I have to teach it. So we're starting a new initiative across our enterprise, and in New Jersey we've got 3 campuses, so we've got 5,500 employees to put through this hour-long training, and I'll be teaching 6 sessions on the 4th of May. And I haven't decided if I should show up in Jedi robes or if I should just, show up with something else.
You be more subtle, like that.
Yeah.
Like the pinstripe with it looks like Darth Vader really close. I like all the subtle stuff. I like the subtle stuff, but that stuff gets really out of my price range really quickly.
Well, I think some of those ties are like $45, $50 for just a tie.
Yeah, I quit wearing ties to work. I set too many on fire when I taught science. I was like, I'm not going to wear ties anymore.
At least you didn't get it caught in the copy machine, or
no. Well, so if you have Disney Plus, which most Star Wars fans do, there is a film made by Lucasfilm on robotics competition.
Really?
So, because Lucasfilm has put a lot of money, I do FIRST Robotics with my students. I've done robotics teams with my students since 2003, but I just started up a new team for my school this year, and we're the Perryville Gonkies. And
of course you are.
Hey, I told him, look, I said, if I'm staying after school, it's going to be Star Wars. It's going to be a Star Wars mascot. Because years ago we did the Porgs. We did Porgs was our theme. One year we did Jawas. But we settled on Gonkies this year. But they did a really nice documentary about First Tech Challenge, which that robotics team is the step above ours. We do First Tech Challenge, First Robotics League. But I would say anyone that's a Star Wars fan, like, and John, even you, and Ken, even you, like if you hear of any robotics teams around you, a lot of times they're looking for mentors. And it doesn't mean you have to know anything about robotics, but I think the commonality of what Star Wars makes us as a person, no matter, I hate to say true fans because I don't want to be one of those gatekeeper fan kind of people, but a true fan of what Star Wars is about is someone who wants to help someone. And if you watch that movie and think of what you can do for these kids that are learning robotics, I would highly recommend checking that out on Disney Plus.
That's cool. Yeah, I'll add it to my watch list.
And they're a good competition to go to. Like I'm not a sports guy. I know John's a more sports person than me. But if you go to a robotics competition, you will if you look back and not look to what's going on the floor behind you, you will think you're at any high school, college, or professional sporting event.
Just listen to the crowd
and stuff like that. So,
are there fights in the stands and
not
adults
quite,
cussing at other adults?
Nerds are a little less punchy than like soccer fans, maybe.
Beers being thrown.
But Lucasfilm, they did a big announcement at Chicago. They donated a lot of money towards First Tech Challenge and stuff like that. Now, COVID kind of threw a wrench into some of it. But Lucasfilm does do a lot of things for the robotics community and the kids. It's STEM, so it's science, technology, engineering, and math. It's a competition, and it reminds me of Star Wars in the sense that one of our driving goals is it's called gracious professionalism. So you're competing to win, but what under gracious professionalism means if I'm competing against you, Ken, and I notice that your robot's one motor is burnt out, I will lend you another motor for the competition.
Wow. Okay.
Like that's what I teach because it's supposed to help people or help students realize the real engineering world. Like you're not even when you're competing against someone to get a design out, we're all working for that common good, and you don't see that much, and it does have that Star Wars feel to me.
So you don't have kids pulling a Sebulba and throwing wrenches into other robots and sabotaging the pit crew?
When I started my team, it was hard for some of the kids to understand that. Like we lent an entire robot to a team one time, and one of the we have competed. We did the first Lego League, which was the for the lower age kids. I did that before we just moved into First Tech Challenge because it's just expensive. So we got VFW and American Legion donated us a good bit of money to run it this year. When we were competing at Aberdeen Proving Grounds, we lent a whole team a complete robot, everything they needed. And my students that year, they were good with it, but because we did that, we did terribly. It was a new team, but we did win an award for that because someone saw it, and we won an award for helping out another team. And I was trying to explain to them, it's a different kind of competition. I know that's off the Star Wars track.
No, that's right on track.
I would check it out because I do know, at least in my area, they're always looking for mentors. Because I try to do my best, but unfortunately, the students get me after 8 hours of teaching. I try to help them, but my mind a lot of times, certain days, just fried. And so then we have mentors come in and help. And this year, I ask for help. I have a woman that helps me who has no background in robots whatsoever, but she's just really good with working with children, and she's doing like a phenomenal job because we both look at it from different, like I look at it from the math and science, and she looks at it from more of like a teamwork thing.
Yeah, taking care of that's awesome.
So, but yeah, I would check it out.
If I wasn't terrible with kids, that would be a fantastic idea.
Yeah, but you say that I've seen you
if
around.
I like
people,
those things, those little monsters.
It's the young people need mentors of all ages. And when if you're admitting you're terrible around kids, you're probably not terrible around kids. And middle school students, they look up to those people that want to help them as much as they won't admit it. They look up to people, and sometimes it just takes like like you show up, I have pictures of all the people in costumes. That's what fascinates my students. So for our final party, I'm gonna get Marty to bring his R2 down because I want to show my students, my robotics team, because I think kids and even adults don't understand. You can do things for fun just for the sake of having fun. Like you can build an R2 and it might not do anything other than help you get through the week of pay maybe a job you don't like or things that are happening that you don't like what we do here. This helps me get through the week. You know, if someone would have told me a couple years ago I'd stay up late on a Wednesday night and it would make me feel better than going to bed early on a Wednesday night, I would have never believed them.
Oh, John, he still likes us.
Wow, I know.
He's gonna keep us around a little bit longer.
Well,
I
Your
think John
Highness,
and I
we
might be
managed
like
to-
those uncles that you don't want the kids to hang out with because they'll probably learn swear words and hear stories that they shouldn't hear.
Dude, these kids hear way more than we ever heard.
Yeah, that's probably true too. I mean,
All right, you guys keep talking. I want to grab these droid hunt cards before I forget. Hang on.
yeah, that's cool. I can remember hanging outside at one point, waiting for Derek to get on the bus when he was a little bit younger, and two of the kids on his bus were flashing their phones at each other. One was showing the other kid Pornhub. I'm like, you're like 11. What are you doing?
Yeah, my expertise with children should be summed up by this one explanation. If they're between the ages of 2 and 14, they're 5. I cannot differentiate age just by looking at them or talking to them. You're 5 years old. Like I've got cousins who are, oh God, I don't even know how old they are. That's
5.
bad of me
They're
to
5.
say. Yeah, no, they're still 5 in my in my mind. I don't know how to function around children. I don't know how to speak
We're
to
still talking
them.
about how he can't function around children. Come on.
Yeah, just because I think like a children doesn't mean that I want to spend time with children.
Bingo.
Well, I say give it a try. You listen, before I was a teacher, when we went out to eat, I would ask for sections where there weren't any kids anywhere near me. So I was not always. Zoe was one of the first kids I was really comfortable around because I didn't grow up with any kids, so I feel you. So here, let me show you my droid hunt. So I designed this droid hunt, and then I found this guy that was doing some art for me, and I told him what I wanted. And so this.
Oh, those are cool.
So this was one of the chase cards. So I sent these off to printers, and I all kinds of stuff. And so it has all the rules, which but I made this was like the rare card because there's no droid on it. It's a droid hunt card. But then it was a whole series.
And you did the drawings of the other.
I had someone do the drawings. I just told them what I wanted. This was the second one. The second droid hunt I wanted them all to look like they were being arrested. So I contacted. This was I forget his name now. I don't even think it's on here. But he did Topps cards, and he did a card for me.
Wow.
He did a droid card.
Is that Ray Martinez?
No, he's from Pittsburgh area. I'll think of his name as soon as we get done here.
Matt Bush?
I don't know. But
This makes me think of Ghostbusters. He shows us the card. We got to guess what it is on the back.
Yeah, right.
And if we get it wrong, he zaps us.
I love these are all the Kenner figures.
And then here is the Jedi Mind Trick card. And it
with Kenner Luke.
So it does. Well, I got a whole bunch. Like that was for the second series. The first series, I made chase cards of the. I had these all set up. Like certain ones were rare, and then so some of the prizes I framed them all, and so people could win like a whole set of the cards unpunched and stuff.
That's very cool.
That's the Jedi Mind Trick.
Bless you.
So this is Eric Berry. I don't know if you ever met Eric Berry, but he has a steampunk R2.
Nice.
And then this was a card we made. So if someone was collecting them for the second series, and then this.
Man, you really thought this out. Holy cow!
Oh yeah, I was cutting. So I got these printed by a printer, and then we have a laminating machine at school. And so I asked the secretary. I said, if I buy an entire roll of lamination, can I laminate all these? So I went in and just laminated for hours, and then I just donated a thing to school. So that's Dave Castellano's robot he made. Let me see. Then I did I'm just trying to see what I have. I have a complete set for me. These are just my random droid hunt cards. And then I punched them all. Oh yeah, here's the not chase card of the Jawa. And then we punched them all and then put them on. At first we were going to use lanyards, but we realized 300 lanyards, even if you buy them cheap, are very expensive. So we put them on yarn, strings of yarn. And then let's see if I have any others. But yeah, that
Hopefully it wasn't
our
brown yarn, so it got confused with a Wookiee braid.
Yeah. Well, they would just wear them around their neck, and then you would say, and then see if I have. And then what I did was I made a ticket. So this is the ticket that you would give the person when you took their lanyard from them. And when I took a roller wheel, so it perforated it, and I printed this in Excel. So I put a numbered ticket, and then when you print it in Excel, it numbered all the tickets. And so the person would just fill this out and keep the stub. So this is what you give the person. This was like months in the doing, But yeah, I think I still have, like any true Imperial, I still have a stack.
Holy cow!
And I mind tricks because I think I had to buy like 500 a piece when I got them printed.
That does sound like it would be a really fun event.
Yeah, it was fun. I mean, and the first time we did it was the best because people were really into it. You know how it is. Then people, everyone tries to make everything better. Like the first time I did it, I followed the rules exactly that were set up, and then everyone tried to. Well, what if we do this? So then it started to get convoluted, and then people quit wanting to do it. But the first time we did it, I think it was Del Rey donated cases of books. Basically, everyone that got a card, we were drawing for, I think, an hour and a half at Steel City, just giving away a book. And we had so many books. At the end, we were just giving stacks of books.
Bundles.
Yeah. And it was like the blueprints for the Falcon book or the owner's manual of the Falcon. It was like good books. Yeah, so, I'm a sucker for that. One year, this isn't droid related, but one year I got tired of giving out cards. So I got this made.
Is it like a bookmark?
Yeah, it's a bookmark.
Huh.
And then it says, read, these are the books you've been looking for, find new worlds, learn new skills, and have fun, Untiti. And then when I put a picture of the girls and their Jawas reading, I had a picture of Vader reading, Boba Fett reading, and there's me reading.
That's such the teacher in you. You just gave those kids an assignment.
Yeah, right. I know. And then but I got in trouble for making this though.
What do you
I
mean?
didn't ask permission. Why? I didn't ask permission.
To put the Karita can. Oh,
yeah. I was like, okay. And I still handed them out, but that was back in the day when they got a little, But yeah, that's the I love the droid hunt, like, and so I liked it because it made my selling point to the con was, look, if we do a droid hunt, you're guaranteed someone's going to come 3 days. Because they're going to come on Friday to get their cards, they're going to come on Saturday to participate, and they're going to come on Sunday to see what they want. So that was my selling point to the cons. I don't think you could do it at Steel City now because it's so crowded.
Right.
Well, and now I don't think the folks buying the 3-day tickets are as popular as before. Sometimes folks will just go for the 1 day.
Yeah. But like the Oaks would be an awesome place to do it because it's really not that crowded. You could move around.
One thing that the New Jersey Mercs do is we'll do a bounty hunt. And so when we're attempting to raise money for some sort of charity or some sort of noble cause, we'll let members of the convention or participants in the convention come to the Mercs table who put a bounty out on somebody else, like one of their friends. And we go find that friend, bring them back to the Mandalorian booth, put them into our prison cell until one of two things happens. Either they pay the fine to get out of the cell, which is usually a nominal fee or whatever, or they stay in the prison cell for a certain period of time. And usually when they're in the prison cell, like, everybody knows that we're going to get Mike because we got the bounty on him. Mike, you get a chance to pay your fine and not go in the jail cell, or go to the jail cell. So that when he's in the jail cell, his friends and family are taking pictures of him in it. And then, that's
cool.
what we'll do, is we'll do the bounty hunt.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, well, I think the only thing the 501st does money-wise is the Blaster Trooper, I think.
Yeah, so the Mandos did that for a little bit, but what we ended up changing that to, at least the I think it's the New Jersey group that still does it. We have a backdrop that looks like a Rancor, and within the backdrop there are these little holes cut out. So you shoot your you shoot a Nerf gun, and if your Nerf bullet goes into one of the holes, you could win a prize.
Oh, that's
cool. It can be a coloring book or an action figure that was donated or something along those lines. So that way you're not actually shooting a person.
That
shooting.
I like that. Like I got a lot of flack for not really liking to do Blaster Trooper. Like they acted like I didn't care about charity, But I just after a certain point I just got tired of getting shot at. Like I could only emote for so long. And usually, at least with the Blaster Trooper we did, you're standing in the hottest area, and you're just like, it's just like bong bong, And I see, like I go back and forth with my when I started the 501st. When I started, they collected no money ever. It was against their policy. They would never, if someone wanted to give money, the 501st would just say, look, donate it to this. And then we started doing Blaster Trooper where they would collect money and they would have it. And I don't know. I sometimes had a big rant about this when I ran for CO, and I was trying to explain that charity is one of those things that doesn't have to have a dollar sign. Like money helps in some ways, but sometimes, like as a parent who had children, sometimes the charity is giving me something to do that I don't have to fork out $10 for my kid to do something, because there for a while it almost seemed like certain garrisons were skirting the money rule. They'd be like, okay, well, we're not going to do Blaster Trooper, but if you want a picture in the background, you can donate an amount of money. And then it just started getting like...
Yeah, there was a couple events that I went to, and it was so we would be close to one of the costuming clubs that was doing that, donate and you can get a picture taken. And we'd be over here as the Mando Mercs, where it's like, come on, let me, I as the handler, I'll take 50 pictures of you and your children and your grandparents and all. How much is it going to cost me? $0. How about $0 a good price? Because that's how much we'll charge you to take this picture for you, or pictures.
Well, that's what I was saying to our members. I was like, so sometimes charity means there's a father with 3 kids that they brought to a con that they barely scraped money for the tickets, and you take that picture with him. That's going to make that kid's life. That's going to help that father. But also the charity could be, I could be having a bad week at work, and the charity could be a selfish charity in the sense that I just get to put some smiles on people's faces and it helps me get through. And not everything has to be put on a chart where we can see who did the most charity, you know. And that's Marty and I have had that discussion over and over again because it's fine to raise money, but again, I don't know if, at least in my opinion, I'm not equipped well enough to know if I raise X amount of dollars, who to give it to that's going to help the most.
Yeah.
But I do know that if I do go do a library event in some small town where kids live in poverty that will never get to go to Disney, but they get to get some cool pictures with some stormtroopers and Boba Fett and all
in
that.
their library.
Yes, so that's my soapbox in the sense, because when I joined it, we only collected toys. That's all we did. And even then, I just like helping out. I just like getting my picture taken, anonymously. Anonymous charity, I think, is awesome.
And not for nothing, I personally didn't build my costume because I expected parents and or kids to fork over money to get a picture of it.
Right.
A, I built it because I wanted to be creative, and B, I built it because I truly, truly, truly enjoy that sensation of whether it's a child, an adult who's like a child who says, "Hey, will you get a picture with me? Will you take a picture with my child? Will you stand here and record a video for my cousin whose birthday is next week?"
Yeah.
Like,
oh yeah.
Wonderful
I was
stuff.
calling a guy's domino boss. he was calling his boss and had me talk because I had my voice changer, so it puts the static burst. He's like, "Can you just say this?" And I'm saying it to his boss's answering machine for Domino Pizza, So, I think sometimes that's what people forget. I mean, and I don't think anyone. I will say this. I don't think anyone that I've run into that deals with the money issue, I don't think anyone's doing it maliciously. I'm sure there are people that are, but I think overall, all that starts in a good place. But I've seen too many people fall prey to having money change hands.
You bet, because there's just that temptation. I mean, I know that I've heard stories. I don't know. I've heard stories of someone in New Jersey who has access to a whole bunch of Star Wars props.
Yeah.
And the rumor that I've heard is for a while this person was going around to events and charging money for pictures or charging money to hold something or whatever, and saying that money was going to go to charity XYZ. And then when you checked out with charity XYZ, we found that person never donated any money to them.
Right.
So essentially, they were just taking this money from unsuspecting folks who thought that money was going to go to a charity and then not.
Right. Well, and right, and that's what I'm saying. And I don't know if anyone, at least the people I've been lucky enough to deal with in the groups that I've been in, I've never had anyone that I think started out with that intention. But we've had, well, even like which unrelated to Star Wars, but like we have a homeowners association. We had a person that like embezzled $10,000. Now the same thing I've seen happen in costume groups. They have access to this money and they're always like, okay, I'll pay it back payday, and then this happened. And then before you know it, we did a run years ago with hockey jerseys, and the person doing the hockey jerseys had all this money sitting around to order these hockey jerseys, and her husband lost his job. I don't know what, and and this thing happened to this thing, and she wasn't a bad person, but she put herself in a situation that she couldn't withstand. And I would, in my mind, I'm thinking that would never happen to me, but I don't know what's, like.
Yeah, you don't know what that situation might be. We're one situation away from something like that.
Yeah,
that's the dark side right there.
Hoarders, the guy that used to do hoarders one time, he said we're all like 2 or 3 decisions away from shitting in a bucket. Because there's like a homeless guy, which is true, I mean. But that's the charity the groups do. It can't be overshadowed by the few. Like, I'm excited for when John joins. I know he's going to join one of these groups. And
it'll happen eventually.
It is, even if I look at, I mean, I have stories of terrible things that have happened to me when I ran for CO and stuff. None of that even has tainted me that much for all the good that's happened.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still in one of these formal Lucasfilm approved Star Wars clubs, because even though there are some frustrating moments and there are some people who give these clubs bad names, that doesn't represent the whole thing.
Yep.
And if this is going to sound silly, and I don't mean it to sound like I'm bragging, and it may sound like it, so I'll say it anyway. If we, the good folks, continue to be involved with these organizations, they're more likely to stay good. They're more likely to practice some of the kindness and encouragement and support that we want to be out there in the world. Because if we avoid them, and it's only the sleazy people, the slimy people, then that's all that will ever be. So we have to change it from the inside out.
Yeah, the vocal minority. And I just, at least for me, we had Project Mayhem or something that ran through our years ago and messed the Legion up a little bit. I've just made it a point to avoid those people, and now sometimes it's a pain, but the perfect example is how much fun we had doing that movie shoot. Even though that technically wasn't an official event, that could have easily been an official event for most groups. And I've been in long enough, I want my kids to join. They're because of some of the issues that arose when I was running for, it kind of tainted the 500 first a little bit for my kids, because I'm honest with my kids. But when the Mando Mercs had Zoe join, that was the Mando Mercs have a special place in my heart for that. That was the best surprise induction I've ever seen. Now, were you there?
I was not there. I had been doing things with the Pennsylvania Mando group. I had heard about that was going to happen.
But that was just a wonderful, and the Mando Mercs have been so good to Zoe. They've been good to me too. So, and they've come a long way. See, and the 501st again has been, I almost all my friends I hang out with, I met Marty through the 501st, who is I hang out with him probably more than anyone other than my wife, and Dan, all of them I met through the 501st. So it's, and I got one of my coworkers at another school. He joined the old line garrison, and he helps run the old line garrison in Maryland, which is the old line garrison is that's another fun group of. It's weird how the different garrisons have a different feel.
Yeah.
And
even just the Pennsylvania and the New Jersey group, they're just a couple hours apart. And they're definitely are, not to sound like a teenager or a millennial. They're different vibes. It's different focuses, different energy that shows up at the events, whether it's an armor party or a formal convention or whatever.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. Because when I joined, Delaware, Pennsylvania, and West Virginia that was all one garrison.
Oh wow, okay.
Yeah, so because it just wasn't that many people. I think we have 100 and we're only Eastern PA now. We have 170, I think, members.
Wow.
Hey, there's Chuck.
Whoa, look at that guy.
Hey.
How are you, sir?
Yeah, he's like, fools are still talking.
Right.
Yeah, we're rolling up on 2.5 hours, man.
Yeah, I saw that. I was on. I saw you guys still going on, and I was like, I got to jump in this combo.
Because you've been involved in the formal costuming now for what, 2 years? Is it?
Yep. And it is just as crazy as you guys said.
Yeah.
But it's also just as good.
Yeah. Like Ken was saying, you try to gravitate to the good, and eventually you make the bad not want to be in.
Right.
It's easy for the good people to just be focused on that one person that causes a headache and just don't want to do it, But I like it, and this is I started in 2007. I got approved on my birthday just by happenstance in 2007.
And this may sound selfish, but I'm to the place in life where I don't want to spend the time either talking about or dealing with too much negativity, too much frustration. And when I find folks like John and Mike and Chuck, wherever you are, whatever state you're in, I'm going to spend time with you guys and the people like you.
Yep.
Yeah, and I think that's in every squad. You gravitate to your crew and you find those good guys and girls who are out there just doing it for the smiles and trying to make the kids happy.
Yep. Now,
and it could be any kid. It could be the 67-year-old kid.
Absolutely.
Who's just as excited about a TK as the 6 or 7-year-old kid.
That's what I was saying. I don't know if you heard that part of the conversation, John, but I was like that chair. I'm a big proponent of charity that doesn't have to have dollar amounts attached to it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, absolutely. Those small troops, like we get a lot of troops here for birthday call outs or something. And we'll definitely, we can get 2 or 3 troopers at that event, man. Those kids and parents have the best day ever. And, they may not donate anything, but, we donate our time and our efforts and all our money to go out and just make those people happy.
Yeah.
I mean, in our development, we have multiple buildings close and some of them are connected. One of our neighbors, their child was celebrating a birthday. I heard them talking about it in the front yard. They were gonna, go in and do a little surprise and everything. I said, "Do you want me to come over in my Mando costume?" They said, "Wait, what? You're what?" because they've seen me on the patio working on it and so on. And every time they saw me working on it, they'd ask me about it, and I'd show them my progress and everything. I said, "Do you want me to come over dressed up?" They said, "You would do that?" I said, "My costume is in the living room. I'll put it on. It'll take me 6.5 minutes to come over. Do you want me to come by and say happy birthday?" Like, yeah. We came out in the front yard. We took like 15 pictures, and then it was over. It was 20 minutes of my time, 30 minutes maybe of my time, and every kid that was in their living room was like, "Holy cow! There's a Star Wars person right here."
Yep. And that's one of those things you can't put money on that, and that kid will talk about that for years. So yeah, that's
And to this day, doesn't know it was me.
yeah, that's
Right.
He sees me walking the dog. I see him walking his dog. No idea that the Star Wars guy lives right next door.
So my grandkids know I'm a TK, and they come over. I dress up and go out with them, but they didn't know my wife was a TK. So when we just dressed, my grandfather had his 95th birthday. I just happened to be coming from a troop, so I was in the car. We have all the cousins and family down, so we go out, throw on both TKs, come in the house. The kids go nuts. Well, they run up to me. They're like, "Is that you, Pop Pop? Is that you?" Then they look at her and they're like, "Who's that?" And they had no idea.
well, that's what's weird. The first time like family member had seen me and the girls in costume for years, I think they literally thought we were just one step above like the string mask, that you buy at the store. And we did a food drive, and my in-laws, my father-in-law was in his 70s at the time, and he adored my children, but I just think they thought, well, Mike forces the kids to do this. Once he saw that, he tried to come to every event we had nearby. He came to free comic book. I don't think the man ever read a comic book in his life, but he just, and I don't think he ever saw Star Wars, to be honest with you, but he just loved the costumes and the stuff we did.
Yeah, there's something magical and fun about seeing fans interact with people in Star Wars costumes. The eyes light up.
Right.
You'll. I think the most fun part is when you see an adult getting a picture of their kids with someone, and then when one of the handlers says, "Would you like to be in the picture?" It's like, what?
Yep.
No, really, I'll take the picture for you. You can get in. And their smile is just as big, if not bigger in some cases, as the kids who are in the picture. Because now it's a family event. All of us are with Vader and stormtroopers and Princess Leia and this Mando guy or whatever, or Mando girl, depending. And it can't be faked. It can't be fully, truly measured, but it is absolutely magical and wonderful to participate in.
Well, and now with all the Disney Plus shows coming out, especially when Andor hits and Obi-Wan too, it's bringing back a lot of the fans that kind of just didn't like whatever Star Wars fans, whatever movies they didn't like or whatever, and it's just bringing them back into the fandom. Like The Mandalorian just brought so many people back in. I mean, the new movies brought stuff in. I like the sequels and the prequels and all that, but the sequels brought people in. But I think it's giving so much Star Wars that people can find again just what they love and like what they love, and let the rest, rest in peace.
Yep.
And there'll be a lot more TKs there for a while. You couldn't find TKs. Like right around when the Clone Wars hit, I was like the only TK. Like, 'cause everyone was doing clones.
Yeah, we had very little in our squad for a while, and now we're up in numbers like tremendously.
Yeah.
And for a while, I had thought I wouldn't want to look like every other person there. That's why I like the Mando mercs.
Yeah.
But now, now that I'm seeing more folks as stormtroopers and I'm meeting more folks who build the stormtrooper kits, I'm thinking, is that another one that I want to do? Do I want to don the TK
Yes.
and become one?
Yes.
Well, we have our
One of us.
The TK is not a terribly hard suit to wear once you get it fitted. Like I still know I got to drop about 20 pounds for it to fit me right, but when I was at my leanest, it really wasn't that bad.
Well, the one cool thing
I
I
love trooping.
enjoy about seeing the troop when you have 4, 5, 12 TKs, then it's impressive. But when you have just the random lone stormtrooper, it's nowhere near like it's like one of these guys is not like the other ones. One of these guys just doesn't fit in.
Yeah, it's like, are you supposed to be here?
Yeah.
Did you get lost?
Yeah.
So we got a big uptick in scout troopers too, I think.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
Mm.
yeah.
Oh yeah. Now are they the Mando scout troopers or the original trilogy
Yeah.
scout troopers?
I think the Mando scouts and then the shore troopers.
Yeah.
Okay.
The scouts. I never wanted to do a scout until the Mandalorian. Like, because Jedi came out when I was just discovering cars. So I love Jedi, but like my focus was elsewhere. I was just learning how to drive and work on cars and stuff like that. And so I always liked the scouts, but I was always like a hardcore TK guy, a sand trooper guy. And then when I saw the Mandalorian, I was like, oh man, I really do like the scout. The scout trooper seems a little more badass than they did in Return of the Jedi.
Well, the Scout Trooper 2 has that unique helmet where it can literally just flip, the face flips up instead of having to worry about just putting it over your head.
See, we have a rule in our garrison: we can't take our helmets off when we're trooping. Like,
we can't either.
No way.
Yeah. Like, I know Delaware, we can take it off if we go to a con, but if we do other troops, we're not allowed to take it off.
Mm.
With the TK, it's not that big. My one TK is a tight fit. Like, it's, like when I tripped and fell when we were filming that movie, I cut my face on the one screw that sticks out from my aerator as it caught the corner of my nose. So my FX bucket, you could have like a third person in there with you if you wanted. But
Yeah, you got quite a bit of room in that one.
well, no, you have a smaller bucket. The FX bucket is even bigger.
What?
The FX bucket is bigger than the bucket you were using.
Yikes.
Yeah, the FX, I don't have a long neck. That FX bucket, you can put it on without twisting. You can twist it a little bit, but.
So Lisa is a fem trooper, the legacy TK. She's allowed to go with no bucket.
Oh, okay.
But she always has a bucket on. But I like the option of going no bucket. I mean, it gets hot in there sometimes.
Oh yeah. So this is the FX bucket. Sorry, it's missing a lens.
Good God, man.
That's the FX bucket.
Oh, I got buckets.
Oh my
Let's
goodness,
find
yeah.
them.
Well, the camera's not doing it. It's not.
Yeah, but the one on our left seems longer as well.
Yeah, well, look at this. So this is the one John was wearing. I don't know what this one is because I bought this like 4 years before I joined the 501st. But this is this one. If you look at this one, see that?
Oh yeah.
It's so squared.
And it has a headliner in it, like a thing. Yeah, see, that's like an Anovos. That's like the Anovos similar to yours. That's similar to yours, John. It's not an Anovos, but or maybe it is a Anovos, but that's like
Armor Master.
Okay, yeah. See how the eye. This one also is perfectly symmetrical.
Like,
Mine sits crooked.
Yeah, this is crooked, but these eyes are exactly the same. This bucket, it's a good bucket, but man, it's humongous. And this is again, I don't know what this is my Weird Al bucket.
Sweet.
But
Well, speaking of buckets, John was telling us today that they're going to be releasing a new X-wing pilot helmet.
oh yeah, yeah.
The Trapper Wolf one.
Yeah.
Oh, sweet.
Which I think is great. However, I'd love for them to put out some new stuff instead of just a new paint job or a new sticker scheme.
Oh, that's a legacy fem trooper.
Yeah, my wife's.
Yeah, I recognize the cheeks.
Right.
Oh, that's where
And
the
then
blush goes.
we hand painted on all the decals instead of
Nice.
putting on stickers.
Nice.
Hand painted everything, but hers is so tiny I can't even squeeze it on my head.
Yeah, yeah. Well, Ken, on top of that, my perfect Black Series helmet for that, I would love them to release a blank Rebel pilot helmet. Just and
Paint your
throw in
own.
stencils.
Yeah.
Throw in a sheet of stencils and let people go nuts. They would sell so many of them. Because I'm kind of with you in the sense I because we're going to
Or
need
do a
Rebel
clone
pilots
like that.
for
Do a
next.
phase 1 or phase 2 clone where it's plain, and then you give the decals, you give stickers, you give markers or whatever. Say, here
Yeah.
you go.
Well,
I
I'm
don't-
convinced. I'm convinced that Disney and Hasbro hate the prequels because everything is either the same or we don't get anything at all. There's never really any new prequel era merch.
I still think Hasbro and the toy collecting has not caught up with who actually buys it.
Oh, look at what I just scored. Let me turn around in the office here. See if we can see up on the shelf.
Nice.
Where'd you get those?
Huh. Across the street, guy had them in his garage.
Oh man.
You've been
He's
hanging out
like,
with
"You want to
Toga,
buy
haven't you?
this stuff?" I'm like, yeah,
Did
absolutely.
you pay $45 for it?
I wish."
Oh.
You got to meet Toga. He's from West
So he
Virginia.
knew the value, unfortunately.
Oh.
Yeah. Toga finds the best deals. He'll get whole carloads for like $30.
He found an original Sandcrawler remote control toy with other stuff and
Yeah.
gave them $45 for all of it.
Yeah, I would pay a subscription price to see Toga's house. Just
Yeah, like Rancho Obi-Wan.
Yeah, it's
Rancho
like,
Toga.
It's like West Virginia's Rancho Obi-Wan.
What does he have? Like 7 rooms
Sweet.
that are just Star Wars themed?
I guarantee you the rooms that he didn't show us are still packed because Marty's been to his house and he said it's just wall to wall Star Wars stuff.
I think he had 2 Black Series, like 2 rooms dedicated to Black Series figures.
Yeah, and he has like bookcases. It's like bookcases of just not even display. They're like in the,
Like
But-
like
but-
books
but-
on a shelf, 1 through 115 or whatever it is.
So we were talking about. So this goes with our biker scout, but it also goes when we were talking about like just doing charity events. You guys met Quinn at the movie shoot. He did the biker scout.
Yep.
Mhm.
I met him because we trooped an event for him because he was a cancer survivor, and it was like the Saturday after Christmas one year. We changed in a muddy field and walked a quarter mile down his road in armor to give him some stuff, just because his mom said he was a big Star Wars fan, and so that was a non-monetary charity that we just did to help someone out, and look what
Yeah.
it's become.
Now he's in a fan film.
Yeah, well, and he was when Chicago he couldn't fly with his armor and he wanted to wear it, so I took it in my car with him. He wouldn't take that armor off. Like he wore his armor almost all through Chicago. We were sitting there eating and he just took his helmet off. I think his dad was getting annoyed with him because he just wanted to wear his armor the whole time.
Well, at least he can sit as a biker scout.
That's true.
Best
I
reason
just
to be
learned
a
how to
biker.
I just gotta learn how to sew. The soft parts they kill me.
It's probably the hottest costume too,
Yeah, I can't
besides
say
Vader.
after seeing Safi and 000.
Oh yeah,
That's because she has the rubber shorts and the rubber waist with the wires, so the only air
Yeah.
that gets out is her eye holes and mouth.
no 000 or C-3PO. I would never want to troop as. You just
Yeah.
bolted in that thing.
I
Like
remember-
what happens if you have an itch on your nose? Like how do you deal with that?
You can't touch your head.
Yeah,
Yeah, 'cause-
Even if the helmet was off, she can't touch her head. Like she can't get the costume off. Like there's no way it would, if she had to get the costume off, there's no way she could get it off. Because even if she could get the arms off, she still couldn't reach the bolts to take the chest piece off. Because they're down, they're back here, and because of the way that pushes her torso, she can't get her arms back there. So I figured that out like 13 months into the 14-month build. I was like, oh crap, I should really see if Safi doesn't mind putting this helmet on before I finish making the rest of the costume.
Yeah, oops. I may have made the most expensive mannequin in history.
Yeah, that I had to just quit counting what that cost me like 3 months in, because I had mold failures and had, you just kind of just went with it. But she loves it. She doesn't want to do anything else. Like I built her a Fennec and she didn't mind doing Fennec, but she said it's not the same. So, and hopefully she'll get to be in his next fan film
As 000.
Yeah. Well, so this guy behind me on the shoulder, this copper one, when I decide to do my custom Mando, I think I'm going to make a copper Mandalorian protocol droid for her. Because I made a copper colored protocol droid arm with Mandalorian guns on the forearm, and people loved it. So I think I might just make a fully Mandalorian type protocol droid.
Do you have a designation or a name for it yet?
No, I haven't. It has to be something that goes with like penny, because since it's a copper color, like some kind of numbers that make so it abbreviates to the word penny.
What's the periodic table of copper? That doesn't have one, does it?
I don't
Copper
know. That's pretty cool.
Or I don't think copper is an element.
No, it's a man.
It's an alloy.
No,
Copper's an alloy, right?
I don't know. I taught life science, so you have to.
This conversation just got too smart for me.
That's Ken. That's Ken for you.
I still don't read good, but I can make smart sounds.
Did you see our trivia game at the beginning of
I saw a few seconds of it, but I saw the name of the podcast or the show.
Oh yeah, you like our
look.
I like it.
I'm in the inflatable Falcon.
Yeah. We told Ken he needs a bouncy chair so it looks like he's really there. Well, and I don't know if you heard, I actually contacted them, and I'm going to keep contacting them until I get one of their people on the podcast.
Awesome.
I mean, what's the worst they can say if they keep saying no? I can't.
Maybe they'll send us Magic Jump T-shirts.
That'd be second best to but. I don't know. I printed. This is my test print. So I got to scale it up, but I just wanted to see how the print. It's a pretty decent file. I paid more than I normally pay for a file, but it is a good file. So that'll be it. That'll give me something to test my big printer on. My one new printer is having Z-axis issues, and so I'm dealing with getting that fixed from the company. So
right, everyone with the printer I know right now is having problems.
My other printers are fine. I bought two. Bought two brand new Sovals, and the first one worked perfectly. The second one worked perfectly until it went higher than 4 inches, and then it started going weird. I called them, and they've been nothing but nice, and they're having me. I'm doing everything, and I think if the stuff they tell me doesn't work this week, they're going to just send me a new one. So I have no gripes about it, but it's just it's the world we live in. If you get the lemons sometimes, and as long as they take care of it, I'm fine with it. Soval gives you like a 1-year warranty on everything, so and it's only 2 weeks old. So younger me would have torn it all apart and tried to fix it. I'm like, I paid too much money for me to do all that.
Especially with it being as new as it is.
Yeah, and again, they're not. My Creality, I don't know why that thing still works, but it's like it has nothing extra and it just works. So I just keep pumping out stuff on it. But I'm right now I'm printing the IG11's foot. So.
Just 1 foot?
Well, I'm just printing. I just decided I bought the file from Droid Builder or Droid Division, and I'm just going to start at the feet and work my way up. I'm just going to because I don't really have anything right until my other printer's fixed. Once my other printer's fixed, I have plans for stuff.
I've got a list for you, Mike. If you're really looking for stuff to print, I mean,
well,
geez.
I have to I have to print stuff. Like I got to print something big because I'm so far behind in getting my other stuff ready.
I've got a list. I mean,
I need warm weather. I need warm weather and a whole bunch of Bondo. That's what I need.
You know, those parts for the cycler rifle you could be printing out for me, that Tuscan build.
Well, the cycler rifle is so my plan for the cycler rifle is on my yard work day. I'm buying a 2x12 plank, and I'm going to try to trace the cycler rifle stock out of wood and cut it with a jigsaw and then put it on a bench grinder and round all the edges down. Because I want it to have that real rifle feel. Like a lot of the ones that were made for the prequel era, they don't look like a rifle. They look like a block of wood with a pipe sticking out of it. You know, it's just but the ones on the Mandalorian, they really look like those old Camel rifles. So I'm going to try to find a good picture of it, blow it up to scale, print it off, make a template, trace it on that 2x12, and then just cut it with a jigsaw and then just round the edges. And so,
you'll just do that with all the other projects and hobbies you got going on.
Yeah,
and worst comes to worst, I mean, whoever gets that cycler rifle can use it the end of it as a club.
Yeah, well, that's what I wanted it to make, nice and strong. Well, because like a lot of I was thinking about 3D printing them stuff, but sometimes the real big 3D printed stuff, like Marcus was having all those issues of his blaster, like things breaking and stuff like that. That's beautiful. Now is that
printed?
Yep. So 50% infill, 50% are double wall thickness.
Oh, nice.
And then pipe through the whole thing. But it does separate here.
Oh, so you can put it in a tote.
Yep. But that's Lisa's heavy. I just finished it. But I mean, we put like 100 hours into finishing this dang thing.
Yeah. Yeah, so I wanted to make the Tuscan. The main reason I want to do the Tuscans out of wood was I want to be able to stack them, in the TV sense. And if we're in Tuscans, I want to make it so we can make it rough, so we don't have to worry about busting them up.
Probably same thing with the gaffy sticks too. Then.
Yeah, the gaffy sticks. We have the files for the ends, so
the acorn end or the spike end.
Both. We have the files. Oh. We can make the spike ends out of other stuff, but if we have a good file, we'll just start throwing prints for those. And then put them on a piece of pipe, like PVC pipe.
Yep.
And
those you can also split apart too. You can get like an extender pole for a paint set and cut off bits and put it in the PVC and then.
Well, I've seen guys. You can get the wooden dowel. I've seen guys take the wooden dowel and slice it in half and just put a male end on one, and female, and then you make that seam part of your design. Like you cut intricate signs so you can just screw it together.
Gotcha.
But yeah, Safi's power axe for Ketsu is one of those extendy poles, because Ketsu's changes size.
No, but I mean, you can not the extendy pole; it's the extension pole. So you've got one end is threaded and the other end is one end's male, one end's female, and you cut them, insert it into the PVC pipe,
nice.
Glue it with inside, and then you screw it together like the thread that you're talking about. Just a little bit more substantial.
Yeah.
Because then it also gives some weight to the PVC, so it doesn't feel as floppy and flimsy.
Yeah, Safi's is made. This will be the one of the nerdiest sentences I ever said. This is made for my wizard staff from when I was a kid in the 80s. So this thing weighs
pretty wizard,
nothing.
I must say.
It's so old, but then hers. So I made hers kid friendly. So that's
foam, right? Yeah.
That's floor mat, because I didn't want her walking around a con like actually impaling someone. And then that's 3mm expanded PVC on a PVC pipe with a slit cut through it. And then this, because she was a kid, this is just a whole bunch of foam floor mats glued together with that liner you put in your toolbox.
All the shelf liner stuff.
Yeah, shelf liner. So that was my kids' gaffy, but we'll make ours a little better. But that was, again, I didn't want her putting someone's eye out, you know.
Naturally.
No. I got two. So I got a bunch of stalks printed. I'm out of like short pieces of filament, so I got to get back to printing eye stalks. But I might, when I cast the other pieces, I might throw a set of eye stalks in, because I'm looking at all the 3D print ridges, and it might be what better serve my time to just throw those in the mold with the other stuff. So then the day we have you don't have to worry about sanding any of those out. They'll already be done.
Oh, cool. Are you making any of the chief necklaces that were from?
I don't think we'll do that, but we'll get some headway. Like, I have a Tuscan mask, the whole full size file I bought.
Yep.
I'm debating on cutting the face and just 3D printing the face.
Where the muzzle is and the eyes?
Yeah, it's just so you have everything lined up. You can connect it to whatever, because the toughest part with the Tuscan is if you get those things out of line, he looks weird. You know, I've seen people that have done them freehand, and the eyes are a little cockeyed or they're too far apart, stuff like that. They have to almost have that uniform, like it's almost like a
and you got to make sure they're both facing forward. You don't want them to be.
Oh yeah, no, I've seen some
looking like they got hit with a gaffy stick. You got two blue eyes, one blue this way and one blue that way.
Yeah. So I might just make, when I pour the dragon skin to make the other mold, it might just be just as simple to throw the two eye rings in too, and then we just pour like one resin pop. We can pop those out, you know. So I do have to get on that. I gotta work on getting the list of who wants to build the costumes, and I also realized that tax day is coming up, so I got to do that, you know. So I got to do adult stuff too, you know. And but I'll have that done soon, because I think we want to have the party sometime in June, because I was looking at the dates that, you know, for the best, and I got to rent the slushy machine, so we can't do it around a holiday, or I won't be able to get the slushy machine. We can't have an armor party without a slushy machine. I got someone promoting stuff on our. We must have made it big when we're getting stupid promotions on.
Wow, this is wonderful.
On our. How do I delete? And stupid YouTube bot ad?
Are you sure that's a bot? I mean, that seems legit to me, right, John?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, new phone. Who dis?
Yeah, that ranks right up there with the extending my car's warranty.
Oh, you guys have not done that yet.
Well, when you tell them you have an 06 Scion with 275,000 miles, they get off the phone pretty quick.
So has anyone talked about the new Cal Kestis Legacy Saber yet?
We have not. Have you seen it?
Oh, I'm going Friday though, so I will.
Are you
going to
end up getting both so you can do the dual wield?
Probably not. I'm going to pick up my second Darth Maul saber though, so I can put that piece together.
Okay.
Then you going to shave your head and then do Darth Maul?
Absolutely not.
He's working on Cobb Vanth. He can't get rid of his hair yet.
That's true.
Right? No, and that Darth Maul is just one of those characters that's impressively tedious to get ready and troop in.
Oh yeah, yeah.
It's hard enough to get to a troop, and I can't put 3 hours in ahead of time.
That's every morning when I try to get ready for work when I do my makeup.
Right.
Yeah, I don't wake up this pretty.
Yeah, the TK.
I've been told that Cal Kestis hilt's pretty heavy.
Huh?
I've been told that Cal Kestis hilt's pretty heavy.
Well, that's what I was wondering. It looks really chunky and big, and those legacy sabers are heavy to begin with. Now, like the Obi one is super light, but I think as they went on, they got heavier and heavier.
Sorry, I
Have you
got it.
heard anything about or have heard of folks with the legacy
go, I think.
sabers where the color has changed since they've gotten them?
So that's a battery issue.
Oh, okay. Because my Ahsoka hilts, they're supposed to be, or the Ahsoka blades are supposed to be white, but when I turn them on, they're yellow. So I should just put fresh batteries in.
Fresh battery should clear that up.
Okay.
You
I
have
love those
Ahsoka
things, but
hilts?
I was playing with them. I'm like, wait a minute, I don't remember them being yellow.
You got the old school Ahsoka hilts, right?
Yep. Yeah, I got the ones the curved hilts.
Oh, okay.
Was that like the last set they had in the park?
Yeah, and I think that's when we were hanging out with you and Lisa. Our families met up with Chuck and Lisa at Batu, and we got the last box that was in the shop.
Yeah, I have a set of the Siege of Mandalore hilts from
The ones that Anakin gave her as a gift.
Solar's Hold. Like I just have this. I just have the hilts, and I have some of the electronics. I just got the what's the NeoPixels? I got the NeoPixels. I just have to get the boards. They've just been out of the boards for like a year. So.
And those are pretty bright when they light up, right? The NeoPixel ones.
Yeah, and you can change the color, and they light in sequence, and
Oh, that's cool.
all that kind of stuff. And I have no clue what I'm doing. I'm watching like people on YouTube. I'm like, yeah, I think I could do that. That seems easy. And I like wind up running a soldering iron through my hand, you know.
The Cal Kestis ones, that was done by a fan vote, right? Is that how they chose that hilt over some of the other ones?
Yeah.
Do we know what the other competitors were?
One of them was the hilt from Vader Immortal, the really fancy,
with like the
one with the guard.
Yeah, it looks like a medic symbol almost with the snakes.
Yeah. So those are the only two that I remember. The Cal Kestis and
the one I wanted was Qui-Gon. His was in there.
Oh, okay.
I'm shocked that's not just a mainstay.
Well,
yeah, it should be. I mean, that's an awesome saber.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
Yeah, there you go. So, well, no, I have a better prop from the Book of Boba Fett.
Oh yeah.
Remember the flashlight they were using when they were redoing the ship?
Mm-hmm.
So that's my $7 prop from Harbor Freight.
Well, how about that little video game that the Major Domo was reading from?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Where he's talking about the deal that Boba would agree to.
The one prop I hunted down the longest and never got was when they came out with Undercover Boss for the Force
Kylo
Awakens.
Ren.
Yeah, that orange vest that he wore. You could not. It's a South African cargo something vest that you could not find to save your life. You know.
Now is that an officially sanctioned 501st costume now?
That might fall under the same thing as like
Darth
Will
Jar
Hood.
Jar.
You know, probably not. But I wouldn't be surprised if in like 5 or 6 years that's like the Wilro Hood of the kids nowadays. You know, like you'll have the what was his name? It was
Matt. He's a
Matt.
radar
Yeah,
technician.
you'll have Matt, the radar technician. You know, you'll have something at some celebration in the future where they all do something like Wilro Hood. You know,
Or how about the folks who show up dressed like Marty McFly from Back to the Future?
Yeah.
Where he said he was Darth Vader.
Well, now you know our friend Marty that does Chewie. He has a DeLorean, right?
I didn't know that.
Yeah, he has a DeLorean because we met the woman from Back to the Future. We were leaving the elevator, and he was talking to her, and I said, "Marty, we forgot to tell her that your name is Marty and you own a DeLorean." Yeah, he has a relatively pristine DeLorean.
Has he ever taken it up to 88 miles an hour and gone
No.
back in time?
No, he
So he's not modding it up.
Yeah, so
Maybe
he's
that's how he
missing
got
an
his art.
opportunity here.
You know, that's how he got his Chewie. He just went back in time and took Peter Mayhew's Chewbacca.
Well, speaking of Back to the Future and Marty McFly, did you catch some of the nods in the Book of Boba Fett to Back to the Future?
No.
So one of the Nikto biker gang members, on the back of their jacket in Arabesh was the name Emmett, and you got Doc Brown or Emmett Brown, and I think one of the folks, one of the people involved with the Book of Boba Fett worked on Back to the Future.
Oh, that's cool.
Not to stay on Back to the Future for too long, but fun fact about Back to the Future and the DeLoreans. So if you look at the speedometer of a DMC DeLorean, it only goes up to 85.
That's funny.
So they had to modify the speedometer for the movie and added 90 so they could, obviously get up to 88 miles an hour.
That's pretty fun.
Bet you didn't know.
Yeah. I've only sat in a DeLorean. I've never ridden in Marty's, but I'm supposed to help him get it roadworthy again because it's just been sitting for a couple years. Because I've been trying to talk him into converting it to a time machine, but I think he's just going to keep it pristine. He should make it into a Razor Crest. You know?
No, those are one of those cars where you can't really... It's almost sacrilegious to meddle with them outside of turning it into the time machine.
Well, I know where there's a shell of one sitting not too far from here either. It's sitting on a junkyard on top of a tractor trailer box.
What?
It's just a shell of a DeLorean.
Okay.
So
like just in your neighborhood?
no, it's this junkyard I go by once in a while, and it's just they have it's like a tiny junkyard, and there's just a DeLorean body sitting up there.
It's like their treasure piece.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, probably the junkyards around here that like the one junkyard has like a 60-something Thunderbird sitting in the middle of the junkyard with like cones around it. You're not allowed to touch because we still have like pull your own parts junkyards around here.
So there's something in the junkyard that you're not allowed to touch.
Yep.
All right.
I guess that makes sense.
I'm just trying. Honestly, I'm trying to keep my my car alive until the new electric Volkswagen van comes out because I need a van big enough to carry my totes, and I love the looks of that new van. So.
Or what you could do is wait until the electric DeLorean comes out.
I don't want any DeLorean. I
They're
need
gonna have-
something. Listen, when I troop, I have to carry a Stormtrooper tote, which is really big. But then I have to carry 000's tote, which is even bigger. And then 000 needs his own table, so I have to carry a table for that because you have to lay all the pieces out, And then I still got to have clothing and all that. And if Zoe wants to, there's a Sabine tote. So, and when they make the TV Sabine, that'll be another tote I have to make for TV Sabine.
True.
So I need a van. I have my truck. If I ever get my butt moving on my Volkswagen truck, I can use that. But that's neither here nor there.
Yeah, Ken,
Just
real
get an
quick,
old
just to your
bus.
dismay.
Yeah, I got a '67 bus.
Sweet.
It's a double cab. It's a 2-seat in a pickup truck bed. I literally just need to put a clutch in it and then do about 30 weeks of body work. Pennsylvania winters are not fun for they spread salt like it's they just eat your car away.
Trust me, Ohio is just as bad.
Yeah. If one truckload of salt is good, 10 is 10 times better. So.
The only salt we get down here is in our margaritas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's weird because I work in Maryland, which is 15 miles away. They don't use salt at all because of the bay. They use sand,
Yep.
which just when you pour sand on top of snow, it just makes it really slippery. You know, because I've driven since I'm 54. I've driven since I was 16. I've never seen a flipped over car till 2 years ago when I was coming home from work in Maryland with less than an inch of snow. Someone flipped over their 4-wheel drive truck. They don't have inspection in Maryland either, so you can your car could be falling apart.
I'm still confused as to why they use sand over salt.
Because it hurts the bay. It kills the bay. Maryland has a lot of stuff kills the bay. The sand is not as harmful to the bay as salt. The salt doesn't leave the the salt they use around here is pretty strong. Like my driveway is a perfect example of what the salt does. I was looking for droid hunt pictures since we were talking about droid hunt earlier. So here, let me see if I can find it. Here we go. This is one of the last. This is I think I would say this is like the heyday of when we used to do Steel City.
Oh my goodness, that's a bunch of folks.
This was just the people that showed up for one day of the con. There's my girls right there. These two gentlemen. Come on. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. So there's, back in the day when we used to have Steel City running around us. Let me see if I have. Yeah. Nah, I guess not. There's my Soval guy. There's our Blaster Trooper right there. There's me wearing my FX bucket. Yeah, there we go. I don't like Blaster Trooper, so. I don't know. Oh, our winner of Arc 77 is back. Our trivia winner.
I still don't think I still can't figure out how somebody managed to get hundreds of thousands of cold coins for our trivia. How did that happen?
I don't know.
I hit a bunch of triples.
Okay. Because I know that I don't think I did that well.
Yeah, you snuck that one out on me.
Let me see if they. Trying to find my dashboard here.
Chuck, do you think they're going to do more Legacy Sabers like Cal Kestis or after Cal Kestis?
Yeah, I think they're gonna keep cranking out the rest of those fan vote ones. So that tells me, I think if they put 5 out and said, all right, vote on these 5, and we're going to put that one out the first. I expected that saber to come out May the 4th. That's usually like last year. That's when they released the Ahsoka ones, I think. The second set. So I'm curious as if they have something planned in the works for this 4th or not.
Did they have an Obi-Wan saber?
Yeah.
Yeah, the one with the pommel that's kind of round with the pegs on it.
It's the one from, the first prequel. Can I turn this camera around? There we go. Oh, nope, it went away. Did it come back? There we go. So I think that's Obi-Wan there.
Yeah, the third from the left.
Yeah. I just got the new Maul.
Oh, I didn't know that they made another Maul. I didn't know they made the second one.
Yeah, I guess that's from the Legacy type comics.
Okay.
Ahsoka Ventress carried that one, and then
Okay.
Maul got it.
Hmm.
But that one's really cool because the crystal, you can see the crystal chamber when you fire it up.
Wow. They have been, getting a little bit more advanced, a little bit more creative with some of those legacy sabers.
Yeah, that new Maul one's probably my favorite one right now. Just the feel of it, the weight, playing with it. It's a good dueler.
And it has a reasonable size to it too. It's not too long, and it's also not too short. It seems like it's more realistic in terms of how you can use it.
And it does connect to the original Maul, so you can put them together.
Oh, okay.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I sabers are one of the few things I haven't got into yet, other than Zoe's Ahsoka. But that
I think I have like 12 now.
I'm gonna try to build these with Solo's hold, but I'm waiting on her headpiece is supposed to have shipped. I'm always these the people that make stuff. I'm always surprised at how bad some people are on their customer service when it comes to, they're very quick to take your money, but
Yeah, I just got some money refunded from a bad Etsy deal.
Yeah. Well, and that's where when we were talking earlier about like money and the Legion and all that, it used to be, and I think the droid builders still have this rule in effect, because droid builders ran into some people really losing a good bit of money on people doing runs and then not doing it. But I think the droid builders, at least for their ones that they really endorse, you have to have the run finished before you collect money. So like you have to have 12 things and you're like, okay, send me your money and I'll send it to you, kind of thing. And that's how it used to be in the 501st. There used to be a little more like, but it kind of went by the wayside, which I understand, because sometimes if you're making armor, you don't have the cash up front to buy all the equipment.
Or the materials.
When I sell helmets and stuff, I never take a penny until they're made, just because I know life gets in the way sometime. But I also I don't do it for a living, so I have a paycheck that I can. I'm not like rich or anything, but I at least have enough money that I can float a little bit of money. I know a lot of people aren't in that situation, but I think that's where some of these guys get into trouble, because they have 20 people that want something, and all of a sudden their refrigerator goes, and that money is gone.
Or the folks who say, okay, what I need is 15 people to put in this amount of money for said thing, and then all of a sudden, they ghost. Like where did this person go all of a sudden? That collected these 15 payments for
that's what I
this helmet, the suit of armor, whatever.
And again, it comes back to what we were talking about with the Legion and stuff. Sometimes it's that extra money sitting around. Someone just thinks they can, fix it, and things go poorly. But so Ken, you'll be the only non-stormtrooper in this group soon.
We're gonna have to fix that.
Yeah, get yourself a good kit. There was an FX kit on the Karita's boards, or not an FX kit, an unopened Anovos kit. Someone posted up last week, $500.
Wow.
So I don't know if it's sold yet, but someone sent me a message. Kevin, a friend of mine in Maryland, said, "Hey, is this a good price?" And I was like, yes. I said, if I didn't already have 2 of them, I would probably buy it. I could have a matching set that would, because right now I have 2 unopened ones, which will, that's my flame trooper. And I just need a charcoal looking Grogu.
You're like 5'10", right, Ken?
5'9", actually.
Perfect height.
Yeah. I think I can put you in the one I got on my mannequin.
Oh,
There you go.
is it a fat mannequin?
I don't know. That
Because
TK
I'm not overweight. I'm just under tall.
Yeah, I'm in that same boat.
Yeah.
I'm a perfect weight for a 6'2" guy.
Yeah, I'm about 7 foot. I think if I was 7 foot, I'd be good. Well, as terrible as it sounds, there's been many times that I've got myself healthy because of my TK armor, not because of really important stuff.
I got to go to that event with the kids. I got to fit into this thing.
My wife swears that's how I keep her on a diet. She's like, "This is how you keep me in shape because I fit in the TK."
Well, that TK is the female TK is that seams up, doesn't it? That seems like
Yeah, it's overlaps both sides, overlap like butt joints, and
yeah.
there's no open spots on the sides.
Yeah, I think you guys might end up being the bad influence on me to get into a TK kit.
I'm telling you, the reactions I get from the TK kit, and I'm sure people that do Vader and Boba Fett and all that do that, but the TK is recognizable even more so, I think, sometimes than even like Boba Fett to certain people.
Oh, good. I mean, I've never heard anyone get Stormtrooper wrong.
Right.
However, I've heard TIE pilots getting called Darth Vader.
Oh yeah.
Or my costume being called Boba Fett and that kind of stuff. But I've never heard anyone get Stormtrooper wrong.
Yeah. Well, and it is nice. Like the thing I always liked about Stormtrooper though is if there is a Vader and you have a couple, just those pictures look so cool, and people,
Yeah.
Or with Chewie. Like I always like being in it with Chewie too.
Yeah, good Chewbacca at a
doing
troop
a
is awesome.
Royal Guard.
Royal Guard.
What'd you say, John?
Yeah, I'm thinking about doing a Royal Guard. I've been looking at it more and more on some of these Facebook groups, and I'm just like, I'm too short, but that would be a cool looking costume.
Well, a friend of mine, Chris, that does one. He's maybe my height. He does a good Royal Guard. The thing with the Royal Guard is, if you talk to some of those guys, there's been guys who their helmets will actually seal on their shoulders if they're not careful, and they almost pass out. So guys will put like 2 pieces of foam with an open, so it doesn't make like a seal on theirs. But that's also, I think, one of the ones where I think it's the Ruby's helmet or the Don Post helmet is approvable, if I remember correctly. One of those custom, one of those is, other than a paint job, I think is approvable.
Wow.
Because they did a certain, like, it's like the TIE pilot. One of those, like, either Don Post or Ruby's, is approvable if you just do some minor modifications to it.
I just sold a Don Post Vader helmet.
Yeah.
Pulled out of a garage sale.
That's a nice helmet too. That's a good Vader helmet.
Yeah. Well, supposedly that was pulled like the original mold, right?
That's what they say. Yeah, yeah.
It didn't. I put it on and played with it and everything, and I'll be honest. I mean, I've got a dozen Black Series helmets here. I like my Black Series Vader helmet way better.
Yeah. Well,
yeah.
This is made by a guy in Allentown.
Nice.
It's a I think it was a Spanish. My helmet's, it's not. But he also makes he does make a he makes a Royal Guard as well. He makes a good Royal Guard helmet, but there. It's just this one here. I haven't put my strapping or anything on this thing yet, because at the time I bought it and was going to put stilts on it, but he made like it's just a hose. But it's painted. I think this is painted for Empire, so it's the silver cheek,
Yeah.
black cheek, and the silver cheek. So you can see it. And then it's
And the black lenses instead of the red ones.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So this was one of those buys where I was going to do a Vader because we had no Vaders for a couple years. Like I'd say, 2012-ish. There was just no Vaders. And so I was just going to put 4-inch lifts on and make a Vader. And then we started getting Vaders again. I was like, well, I'll just keep it as a display piece. Marty has a good Vader. When he's not doing Chewie. Because I met Marty. When I first met Marty, he was in a Vader. And he has lifts on his shoes too. He has internal lifts with a 1-inch lift on the outside, so it doesn't look like he has lifts. And he does a good Vader. Toga should do a Vader. The only thing with Toga doing a Vader, he'd be too tall.
He would be the power of the Force Vader.
Yeah.
Because
But
he's
would be a
what,
comfortable
6'4"?
Vader.
He's a really tall guy.
Yeah, he's like,
and he's broad, like
he
super
says
broad.
he's 6'7", but I think he's taller than that. Because he does a Wookiee with like 4-inch lifts on his shoes.
Oh, so he doesn't need stilts. He just uses the
he just has like a lift like that on the bottom of his feet. But he would do a good Vader because a lot of the Vaders I know are stretching to get that height, and they look uncomfortable in their costumes.
Right.
Because they're trying to get. Because that's what stopped me from doing it. Because I was like, okay, I got to put these lifts on, and then I'm wearing that neck piece, and it's pushing my head up, and I gotta. And I was like, I don't know how long I could troop in that, because the last thing you want to do is go to a troop and kids expect something, and then you can't do it for some reason or another, And I also don't want to be like sore and not be able to go to work the next day either. Those movie shoots, that Sunday shoot killed me a little bit because I didn't have a day to recuperate just from standing in armor.
Yeah, thankfully it ended early that day rather than going into the evening.
Because we were standing.
I'm just grateful I got to sleep afterwards. I was wholeheartedly expecting to go a third day in a row without sleeping.
Yeah, you're young though. You're like
you'll bounce back.
I got clothes older than you, John.
We went to a thrift store the other day. I bought a book older than Heather. She was born in 1980, and I bought one of those Star Wars notebooks or one of the Joe Johnston books, and it's from 1978.
I was looking when we talked about trivia. I was looking for the Rusty something, some kid.
Oh yeah, the quiz. Yeah, Rusty's quiz book.
I used to have that in my school. We used to have classroom libraries, and we had books in case students couldn't get to the library. They could just take books and stuff like that. And I had one in my class, and I couldn't find it. And I was like, oh, maybe I'll get that for the trivia. And then I was like, I'm just going to ask Zoe to make me.
Yeah, I've got one. I just picked up one of those last year.
So.
And I for the guys on our show, I bought a quiz book just recently.
That seat looks like it's part of the inflatable Falcon.
It looks way more comfortable than what I'm sitting in.
Oh, I got one of these. When Kmart was a store, I got these Star Wars stools, and they're terrible.
Obsessed with Star Wars.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
2,500 questions.
Well, see, we have a book fair that comes through the middle schools, and they always have Star Wars books. And a lot of times those books are really inexpensive because they're printed on not as good of paper, but like a kid can buy like a hardback book for like $5, and so I always go check the book fairs and see what Star Wars books they have.
Book fairs were my favorite in school.
Oh yeah.
And well, we used to go to the warehouse. So as a teacher, they would let you go to the warehouse, and you could buy in bulk for your classroom. But when I was doing that, there wasn't much Star Wars out. The Star Wars made a pretty big resurgence. I think Lego Star Wars kept the Star Wars books for kids alive a lot longer than other books, because they get like a free minifig, or you know what I mean, stuff like that. To bring it full circle back to the new Lego Star Wars game, which I do have to go out and buy. I'm just
Totally worth it. I played through the entirety of episode 1 yesterday, and it's so different, but just so nostalgic for me.
I'm still reeling from my hot water heater purchase. Last week was the week before was my dog passed away, which was deep. The hot water heater went, which was even more expensive, and then my wife tore the sidewall of her tire Friday. So it was like, okay, I guess we'll be eating ramen and not be getting the Star Wars saga book.
How about you just go back to living under pandemic conditions and staying at home and don't go anywhere? Like, just be safe. Stay. Wrap you in bubble wrap.
I will tell you that when the pandemic hit, so I got my master's degree in computer technology and learning, and part of that was I got that like 10 or 11 years ago, and part of it was to teach remotely. I was thinking, hey, maybe I'll teach remotely. Like, after teaching remotely, I realized I couldn't do it. I really hated. I missed my students. I missed it because you don't have the same interaction. It was good for some students. Some of my students did really well, but it just really wasn't. It wasn't for me every day. Like if they said, "Oh, you could remote teach one day" or something, that's different. But the students, you need the interaction. I needed the interaction with the students for just to get to know them, just to help them out. And so I was so glad when all that stuff was lifted, because I taught from this room. This is where I taught from, And if they listened, then they could ask me about anything in the background, and I'd like show them. So it did make me get my basement done, because like the summer they were like, "You're going to probably have to remote teach." I was like, "Okay, well I got to figure out where," because my wife was remote teaching from upstairs. Zoe and Safi were taking remote classes in other rooms, and my house isn't that big. So we were like, we got to figure it out. Yeah.
Everybody's hearing what everybody else is talking about.
Yeah. But yeah, so we got, a month and 3 weeks or so 4 weeks for Kenobi, something like that. Because we're almost at mid-April, believe it or not.
I'm still trying to figure out, are they doing Bad Batch the same month? Are they releasing Bad Batch at the same time?
I don't know. See, I still have a feeling they're going to spread it out. I mean, I think, there's no. I mean, they could do it, I guess, because that is kind of, in some ways, on paper, it's different people. But I also think Lucasfilm knows that their diehard fans watch everything that comes out for Lucasfilm. Like, I know people that watch superhero movies but don't watch superhero cartoons.
Right.
I know very few Star Wars fans anymore that don't watch the cartoons too. I mean,
so is the Kenobi timeline going to be right there in the same setup that the Book of Boba Fett's working in?
No, because Book of Boba Fett's after the fall of the Empire. This happened.
All right, so this will be before, right?
Yeah,
this is going way back.
So it'd be when Luke, at least the preview we saw, that period, Luke is what, like 8 to 10, something like that?
9 or 10, yeah.
9 or 10. So it's basically right in the middle. It's right in the middle of the Empire. Because how old was Luke when he
was 19, I
think.
Yeah, 19. So
for A New Hope.
It's halfway between Order 66 and, because he was basically born on the Order 66 day.
Right.
So, but Andor will be taking place
even before that, right?
No,
no, after.
Andor would be after that up till when we met him in Rogue One was literally right before New Hope. So
Right.
Andor will fall into that timeline as well. That's where I think I think Andor. I think everyone's looking for Kenobi. I think Kenobi's going to be awesome. I think Andor might be one of those things that surprises a lot of people. You know.
Well, interestingly enough, I think we've seen more of in the Andor show, the teasers and the behind the scenes stuff. We've seen more for that than we have for Kenobi, and Kenobi's coming first.
True. But I also think Andor they can play more with. Without, you know
Yeah.
what I mean? Like they can do a lot more with Andor. I mean, they can do a lot with Kenobi, but Kenobi, you pretty much know where it's going. It's if Kenobi gets in a predicament, I mean, you know, Andor's not going to die either, but pretty much any of the other cast of Andor, they're not really, you know. I mean, Andor could be him being 6 years old, or you know, but
Yeah,
Yeah, I think, like you said, go ahead.
all I was gonna say is a lot of the characters in Kenobi, you've seen them before, so you know what's gonna happen to XYZ, to the Grand Inquisitor, to the seventh sister and the fifth brother.
right.
Yeah, but
So-
they've also introduced Riva, who is a new Inquisitor that we haven't seen before.
Right. But with Andor, really the only two main characters that you know how their story ends is K2 and Cassian.
Yep. Well, and then
Well, are they going to bring in? Are they going to bring in Mon Mothma? Are they going to bring in Bail Organa and some of the other rebel leaders that brought the alliance together?
I think Jimmy Smits is confirmed to be back.
Yeah,
but I'm not 100% sure.
And what's nice too with that can easily do a crossover into Obi-Wan.
Right.
You know, like not, it doesn't even have to be a big crossover, but it could just be like a nod, you know, or it could be, you know, how Lucasfilm gets away with certain things, like, oh, it's only a mini series with Ewan McGregor, but then he might get an episode in Andor, you know, or he might get a whole subroutine. Like, I don't believe them that when they say the Obi-Wan is a mini series, because I guarantee you, Ewan McGregor seems like he is super happy to be Obi-Wan. And if the first season goes well, they will crowbar a second season in or do something for us, and I'd be more than happy for that.
Well,
yeah, because they have the space to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they've already said that. Oh, yeah, the door is not closed. This is a mini series, but there's a possibility for a second season, which I'm shocked that that's already been said. Even the show's not even out yet.
Well, and the then you have, on top of that, you have the Lando series. And the Lando series, to me, and I'll say this until it doesn't happen, is I still think it would be best with Billy D reminiscing, and it flashes back to the new, was it Glover?
Donald Glover.
Yeah, to him being Lando, and you can put Lando anywhere, which then brings in Han, which they haven't established Han. They haven't established Chewie. I know that's why I'm seeing that nice, you know. So
I think one of the greatest things about the possibility of a Lando show and Han and Chewie being involved is you don't have to involve the Jedi.
Yep.
You don't necessarily have to actively, deliberately involve the Empire. They could be in the peripheral. I mean, if you watch Solo's probably the weirdest of all the Star Wars movies because it focused on a handful of characters without the larger world issues.
Yep.
Like you don't really hear what the Empire is doing. You don't really hear completely and fully what the Rebel Alliance is doing or the Jedi are doing. It's just the small band of folks who are doing things with that other stuff happening around it.
Yep. Well, and that's where you could get your comedy. Like, that's where you could get a good Star Wars buddy film comedy between Lando and Chewie, Lando and anybody. It could be Lando and Lobot for all we know.
Yeah.
You know? So,
and there could be some of those heist kind of things.
Yep. Yeah, I still like that train robbery, even though I know a lot of people say it doesn't make sense. I love the train robbery on Solo. You know, That was a good scene.
Yeah.
Well, I thought the one on Solo was good, and I thought the one on Book of Boba Fett was good, and
Oh,
I thought
yeah,
the similar one on The Mandalorian was good, even though
Yeah.
it wasn't a train; it was a one of those big juggernaut trucks or whatever.
Yeah.
I thought they were super.
I see a train robbery theme going.
Yeah. Yeah.
We got to plan a heist.
Well,
There's 4 of us.
If Star Wars and George Lucas has always been a commentary of the history of film,
Yep.
you know, like, and even with Dave Filoni, look at film in general. The first up until the '60s, it was basically war movies, westerns, and maybe some gangster films. But that was it. That was your, like, if you looked at a majority of them, that's what it was. You know, and so to see that come back into, you know, because it's just one of those themes that, like, every kid, whether you're 5 or 50, can relate to, like a simple theme with, you know, at least characters that you can all identify with in some way, shape, or form, or a piece of a character, you know.
And the Lando thing could be similar to some of the episodes from the Bad Batch.
Yeah.
You know, where the Bad Batch went out and did this single episode mission, whether it was to rescue the Rancor or to go to this place to pick up this thing and deliver it back. You know, they could do those kind of things. I mean, Lando and Han at the time were involved in smuggling or involved in all these other kinds of shenanigans that weren't a part of the larger battle, a larger, part of the political conflict and intrigue. They were working in those shadowier, parts of the galaxy.
Right, in the Lando show, so are we going to get Lando, the ruler of Cloud City and governor, or are we going to get Lando, the smuggler, runner,
Well, what could be interesting, like Mike was saying, it could be the old Lando in Cloud City talking into his voice recorder about, remember that time when we did this, and goes, he's, you got the little screen, effects, and it flashes to Donald Glover, starting off on some mission.
Yeah.
Or talking about, it could be Lobot and Lando on Cloud City talking about the first time they met.
Well,
remember how we crossed paths, and then there's a story about that.
And I'm behind on all the comics, but the success of the Bounty Hunters series that was just out shows the potential of what they can do with Cassian, with Obi-Wan to a certain point, and with Lando. People want to see those bounty hunters that were on the in Empire, waiting there to look for soul. They want to see that. They want to,
for LOM and Zuckuss.
Yeah.
People are even asking for more Dengar.
Yeah. We have a Dengar.
Don't badmouth Dengar.
Unit. We have a Dengar in our unit. In our
you do?
Garrison.
Sweet.
Complete with toilet paper wrapping?
Yeah, he has the whole shebang. We always seem to have those off. We had a Dengar for a while. I don't know if he's still in. Like, he hasn't trooped in a while. But then we had a guy that almost finished Zuckuss. Not Zuckuss.
Bosk.
Bosk. We had someone that almost finished Bosk, but we never seem to have them all at the same time. Like, we have a Zuckuss. We have a good Zuckuss, which I think when we do our next filming, where we're filming is up near his house, so I think we can get him to come do Zuckuss.
Oh, that's cool.
Because Matt wants to have a group of bounty hunters rolling around. So Zuckuss is a really cool looking one.
Well, look at the success of Dr. Aphra.
Yeah.
Dr. Aphra did have, interactions with Vader and interactions with some of the, the alliances and allegiances. However, that wasn't the main part of her story. And the same could be, true of the bounty hunters. The same could be true of Andor. We know the Empire's out there. We know the Rebel Alliance is out there, but that's not where the focus of the stories are. It's the places in between. How do we survive, staying on this side of the Empire, not getting caught by them, and how do we survive potentially in a way to support the Rebel Alliance, perhaps?
And then
Yeah,
we have
so we-
Memphis that was a underused character in Solo,
Yeah.
and her mother, who was Memphis as well. So I don't know. It's going to be a good year for Star Wars, I think.
So here's an interesting question related to Enfys Nest and Solo and so on. Do you think that Chewbacca was more involved with the Rebel Alliance than we've seen? Because we know that Chewbacca was with Yoda when Order 66 happens. Chewbacca took Yoda to his little starship that he escaped Kashyyyk with. So he knew about, Order 66. He meets up with Han Solo later, and all that coaxium is given to the rebels, is given to Enfys Nest to give to the rebels. Do you think because Chewbacca knew about the Rebel Alliance, because he knew about what happened with Order 66, that he led Han Solo to be involved in things to support the Rebel Alliance?
Well, like when they got rid of the life debt, which I'm glad they did, because I never really liked the idea of Chewie having to be like Han's slave. You know what I mean? So I'm glad they got rid of that. I've always thought of Chewie not owing. My new thoughts on it is that Chewie is so grateful that Han saved his life, and that Han, in roundabout way, facilitated him saving all his family, that he had. I wouldn't say a debt, but he almost felt like he had to protect Han. Like I feel like he felt like Han's protector / Han's conscience. Like I think I'm hoping in the Solo show we see where Han's a scoundrel and all, but Chewie keeps him from going to be too much of a scoundrel.
Well, look how many characters in Star Wars are like that. I mean, even Din Djarin. He starts off and you think he's this, bad guy who's out there collecting bounties. And while he is doing that, he may, get a guy cut in half in the very first episode of a show and freeze people in carbonite and turn them over to whoever it is that he turns them over. And at the same time, he's using some of his earnings to give to children, to give to orphans. So these folks are they're performing acts that some people would look at as bad, but the results of those bad events are put to good use.
Yeah.
Same thing with Han Solo in the Solo movie. He was involved with Tobias Beckett, stole stuff, and then ultimately turned those things over that he stole to the Rebel Alliance to go against the Empire.
Well, and maybe that comes back to the Wild West, the fictionalized Wild West. You know what I mean? Like what we not what really happened, but the fictionalized Wild West, the fictionalized samurai that saved the day, which all comes back at some point into like the old Robin Hood. So the closest historical Robin Hood person wasn't the fictional one that helped the poor and helped the person, and did all these things. And so it's that George Lucas tapping into what we all want. We want that salt of the earth savior who kind of does the dirty work, but it has the heart of gold, kind of, how everything's mythologized like that. Like I don't know if that's even a word, but like pirates, like you read about the real pirates, they weren't all that great of people, but the stories we get for pirates, Zoe's chiming in now too. That's where I wonder if that's what why those characters hit us that way.
Yeah, so those typical archetypes.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
Knight in shining armor. Yeah, Zoe. Yeah, like the like if you read about the true Crusades and how terrible they were, that's not good. But if you read about King Arthur and his noble knights, you know. And so it's that story we all need. It's like even our founding fathers. If we read the fictional history of our founding fathers, not saying anything bad about them, but they weren't these larger than life people. They were just normal people. But the stories are what make it like tug at our heartstrings, you know.
Yeah, and the things that we would define as good today don't necessarily match up with what would have been necessarily good during their day.
Right. Well, and that's why I think the old westerns and the old war movies. Like I grew up, my grandfather was World War II era, and I grew up watching all those and those fictionalized soldiers and all these battles they fought and all this good they did, which is great. But that was what we needed to see to help us get through, you know, tough times.
Yep.
Because then
And there still is so much more creativity and possible stories out there.
Oh yeah.
And it would be nice if they continued to pepper whatever they create now with stuff from things that they've already created. So, for instance, you know, in the expanded universe, Han Solo was a swoop bike racer.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so how cool would it be for us to see swoop bike racing in Star Wars? I mean, they had the mod racers in the Book of Boba Fett that some people loved and other people not so much. But how cool would it be for us to see swoop bike racers? Maybe Enfys Nest comes back and we see some more of their swoop bikes in action.
Yeah.
Or we see Boba Fett involved in some sort of a race like he was in the Droids cartoon.
Well, see, I would like to see Boba Fett and Han Solo's reaction when they're younger, because I never took it when I first saw it that Boba Fett and Han were enemies. I know a lot of people took that way, but as a kid, I just thought Boba Fett was like known for disintegrating things and a good bounty hunter. And when Han Solo was going Boba Fett, and all that, he just knew, oh crap, Boba Fett's around. I better watch out. So to me, I pictured in the Lando show or something, Solo's delivering his packages of whatever he's smuggling, and he just walks in when Boba Fett is taking care of someone for Jabba the Hutt. You know, so it's almost like a work relationship. You know, they work in the same place.
They had the same boss.
Yeah.
They both worked for Jabba the Hutt. Absolutely.
Yeah. And so he knows the inner workings of Boba Fett. You know what I mean? So.
Well, you had joked about, you know, some of these fan films that we do. What if we did a fan film that was the kitchenette or the cafeteria in an office building, and you've got, you know, Han Solo coming in one door and Boba Fett coming in, you know, in another door into the break room, and they're getting some food from the vending machine because they both have the same boss. They're both showing up to Jabba's palace either to get a job or to deliver something from another job.
I just picture Boba Fett like delivering paper bags of disintegrated people.
Sacks of dust.
Yeah, stack of dust. You know, he sits on the kitchenette and Solo's making his coffee and accidentally makes coffee out of one of his prizes. You know,
this tastes funny.
This tastes like a Wookiee. Oh, Zoe says good night.
I like it. Yeah, good night. Well, I think that's it for me too. I'm looking at the clock, and I still got work to do. So
yeah.
Thanks for hopping on with us, Chuck.
Absolutely.
We just have to. Yeah, thanks. We just have to do our inflatable Falcon segment, and then we're probably gonna,
Cool. Put that plug in.
Yeah.
Yep.
Make sure they send pumps though.
Yes. We
want the fans. All right, guys. Have a good one.
Take it easy.
See ya.
Well, that's what I could talk. Like I could almost talk all day about what I want to see, and in some sense, I'm excited for all the stuff that's coming out, and then in the other sense, I'm just like I hope I'm not setting myself up for expecting more than what's going to come out.
Well, one of the things I've learned about your approach to it, you talk about the stuff you like to see. However, you don't bash folks for whatever it is that they create. Like, right. Oh, you didn't do my episode. How dare you? And you shake your fist at the sky.
Yeah, again, that's where I think, and then Star Wars is one of those things where it becomes your own, like it becomes a part of you, just the way it's written and the way we've had it for so long that it becomes. But again, and maybe it's because of my love for filmmaking, I trust the people that do it. Like watching Matt make that movie, and I've read the script, I still understand that he knows more than I do when he was shooting shots, because you know what I mean. Like you have to leave it to the people that know what they're doing. You know.
Well, and with that in mind, I mean, some of the things I've heard about whether it was the prequels or the sequels, oh, they 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 just did this to make money, or they just did this because they don't care about the fans. They want to destroy everything that's come before it. I don't think either of those things are completely true. In fact, the last one, I don't think it was even close to being true. So whether you're talking about J.J. Abrams or you're talking about Rian Johnson, or even Gareth Edwards, they're just as much of fans of Star Wars as we are, and I don't think they would ever do anything deliberately, belligerently to harm Star Wars or to upset Star Wars fans. In their mind, they thought they were making a great piece of Star Wars history, a great piece of Star Wars film.
Yeah. Well, and I think like I think Dave Filoni and Favreau, I know a lot of people like them more than the others, and they have a different take on it and stuff like that. But I do also think making a movie is slightly different than making a television show. I don't know a lot, but I know movies, they basically get one shot. Like you have to do this, and those wheels get moving. Where with a television show, especially if you have 2 or 3 seasons, you can course correct for things that like people might want or don't want, or
Well, I think some of the major differences between Ryan, JJ, and Gareth versus Dave Filoni, those 3 folks were fans or are fans of Star Wars. And Dave Filoni not just was a fan of Star Wars, he was a student and a co-worker of George Lucas's.
Yes.
So he worked with George for over a decade on the Clone Wars and so on. So the two of them worked so closely and had many conversations about what the Force is and what this character is and why we do this and why we tell that kind of a story. Whereas J.J. Abrams and Rian Johnson didn't have that benefit.
Yep.
Dave Filoni is the apprentice of the master who has now become the master.
Yep.
Whereas those folks didn't have the same benefit of day in and day out of working so closely and intimately with George.
Yep. But again, I like it's they could do another holiday special with B. Arthur singing, and I would still like it.
I think it's only a matter of time, really, that they do something wacky like that.
Oh yeah. Well,
I mean, they've already made Life Day canon.
Huh?
They've made Life Day canon.
Yeah.
I mean, they sell merchandise at Walt Disney World and Disneyland at Batu. Heather got me mug of Chewbacca in a red Life Day robe.
Yeah, I keep trying to get Marty to make a red Life Day robe for Chewie. That's what we should talk in Matt to do. He should do a Life Day episode of the Solar Crunch.
A holiday special, if you will.
Holidays. We could all try.
Who's going to sing the song that Carrie sang? Is that going to be you, John? Are you the singer?
Oh, no.
I'm trying to line my shoulders up to this stormtrooper that's in the background. Because it looks like you are like just on the top of a stormtrooper on the background there.
Oh.
Well, I guess we got to wrap it. I hear I do have. Where's my button? There we go. The inflatable Falcon. One last hurrah.
There will be a time where the 3 of us are bouncing around in the inflatable Falcon. That will happen. I am putting that out into the universe and making it an aspiration for all 3 of us.
It'll happen.
Look at that.
Like
Oh,
I imagine us getting a card from Magic Jump, and they say we want to invite you to Kansas or wherever it is, so that you can enjoy an entire day in the inflatable Falcon. You can record one of your shows from the cockpit of the inflatable Falcon.
And then Adult Protective Services will take you all away.
Yeah, Ken, your idea of a card is far different from what I was thinking. I was thinking they're gonna send us a card with a cease and desist nicely folded inside.
Stop talking about our stuff, man.
So, well, and the other thing unrelated to Star Wars though is I did see the new Batman movie, which I'm sure John saw it a million times.
Still only 3, but yes.
That is, I know I'm going to get hate from my age, but that is my favorite Batman movie.
Really?
It's maybe because I used to really be a big Batman fan in the comics and stuff like that. I feel like they took all the Batman mythos and packed it into one good movie, and they let him be Batman.
Where he was kind of like a little detective, like he was
He
supposed
got
to
to be
be.
the detective, but he was in a suit. Like I will say, I will go out on a limb on Star Wars. It's the best DC superhero movie I've seen. Because, like, all the Marvel movies, and it tops some of the Marvel movies too. Because I always hate in my superhero movies that they're not the superhero enough. Like, as soon you'll see a Captain America movie and he's Captain America. As soon as the guy that plays Captain America gets popular, the next movie he's never in the suit. Same with Iron Man. He was Iron Man in the first movie a lot, and then as soon as he gets popular, he's not Iron Man that much. You know, it was Batman, and the music cues, like there was a music they played when Batman was making a Batman presence. It was just so good. That music gave me chills. Comparable to Star Wars.
That's Michael Giacchino for you.
It just
Who did music for Star Wars?
Talking about, right, John? That he had his own theme that it just made you like, yeah, that's Batman.
Oh, yeah.
And they magnified like the way he walked, like he had that, and it set up. What I liked about it too was Batman's struggle in the comic books was he always disliked Superman because Batman hated being Bruce Wayne, loved being Batman, and Superman hated being Superman, loved being Clark Kent, and it used to drive Batman nuts that and this Batman, without super spoilers or anything, Batman realized he had to be Bruce Wayne because a lot of the stuff that he let go because he was Batman came and bit him in the ass. You know, with his money and all that kind of stuff. It was good, and it was a good. I could watch. I hope they make more with that whole team.
Yeah, I think the Batman 2 is already in the works. But for as much hate as everyone got when they cast Robert Pattinson, he knocked it out of the park.
Yep. Well, and he literally was in the suit 80% of the movie.
Oh, more than that.
It was, and he's the first Batman that didn't give away his secret identity to the first woman he slept with.
Right.
It's my most guarded secret, but by the way, I'm Batman.
Yeah, and it was the first on-screen adaptation of The Long Halloween, and that's one of the best Batman stories.
Well, in year 2, it would give me reminiscent of the 80s Batman year 2 time frame. With it, I think Todd McFarlane actually drew that, if I remember correctly, and it was, and they didn't retell his origin. My goodness, like DC, that's like a first for DC too.
Right. Yeah, it's one of those things because like Marvel did it with Spider-Man. It's like, yeah, we get it. This is the umpteenth time. Yeah, we know Uncle Ben dies. No kidding. Great power comes great responsibility. We get it. Same with Batman. This is the 8th on-screen adaptation of Batman.
If you don't count the old well, they were
the pre-Adam West stuff.
There was a TV series in the 30s, I believe, or something.
Yeah, so we know Batman's origin story. It's been told time and time again. So I did appreciate that too, where it's like, yeah, they have to make mention of it in some regards, but they didn't just like, all right, cool, we're going to see the Legend of Zorro and back alley.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It was a really well done movie, and I'm not a big fan of movies. DC is terrible at shooting movies in the dark. Like I know everyone liked the one with Joker with the newest Batman. What was that? With Heath Ledger.
The Dark Knight.
I know everyone loves that. I hated that because it wasn't anything against the movie. I just couldn't see what was going on. They literally like I could film a movie like that. Just turn my lights off and make some sounds and tell them I just filmed a Batman movie. I just was irritated with that. Their night shots on this was awesome. Like the hallway scene with the guys with the guns. Zoe told me, she said you have to see it in a movie theater to see those scenes, and it was well worth it.
100%.
Did you see it yet, Ken?
What was that?
Did you see it yet?
Oh yeah, absolutely. One of the other things I really enjoyed about it is, unlike some superhero movies, they didn't kill the villain off.
Right.
Captured. So that means that villain can carry on and continue. Because one of the things that I've been frustrated with superhero movies is you've got the superhero when the comic books is involved with this villain over episode after episode, issue after issue, and in the movies, bam, in an hour and a half, 2 hours, the hero dispatches the villain. So now we have to come up with another villain for the next one.
Yep.
Not realizing that villain teaches the hero stuff because of their experiences with each other, and that relationship carries on over the course of months and years, like the Batman and the Joker did.
And I liked their tie-in of Arkham. I liked how Arkham was added. Arkham, you got a little background on Arkham. Like you got they did paint a good picture of Gotham City. They did Catwoman. They did Catwoman really good justice for Catwoman. Yeah, I didn't know what to expect because and this is another one of those reasons why I think people need to chill when they see still pictures, like when they talk about the Inquisitor, stuff like that. Because I already had seen one still picture of him in the Batman suit, and I hated it because it was just an off angle of a still photo. I was like, I don't really like it. That Batman suit is the best.
And not just that, when it comes to a movie, it's action, it's motion, and so a still frame is absolutely positively not going to capture what the movie is going to be like. So getting all frustrated and twisted and pissy over a photograph for an hour and a half, a 2-hour movie, who does that help? Who does that benefit? No one.
Yeah, and I think this movie, everyone also griped about the fact that it was 3 hours long.
It did not feel like 3 hours to me.
No, I don't think there is a single scene in there that you could justifiably cut to make it shorter.
Right.
Because everything, I mean, even I don't know how deep you guys got into it, but so in the movie, it's URL radaalada.com. So they actually made that.
That's
a
been
live
changing,
website.
right?
Yeah. So maybe not last week, maybe the week before, they released the deleted scene that Michael Reeves was talking about, or Michael Reeves. What's his name? The director. Oh,
tell me, because I'm like I was pleased and surprised by this movie, so I was not expecting any of this to.
But anyway, they released the. He was talking about
Matt Reeves.
Yeah, Matt Reeves. They there was a deleted scene, which I don't want to. I mean, the movie's been out for a month, so spoiler alert. Skip ahead X amount of time.
Batman spoiler on Star Wars show.
Right. But he was talking about they cut a Joker scene from the movie. I still think that if you would have slotted that right into the movie, it would have worked perfectly. So, but it would have also killed that moment at the end between the Riddler and Joker in Arkham.
Yeah. Well,
So
again,
if you haven't seen it, go watch it. It's fantastic.
And I like the Michael Keaton movies. I even like the ones that they were okay. I mean, Batman, when Michael Keaton was first cast, most people were thinking Batman is Adam West. So I remember when there was all that, people were flipping out from Michael, and then I remember when George Clooney was, supposed to be Batman and all that kind of stuff. So, but that one was so good. And what's nice is they got someone who's not super old, because they always tend to cast people when they're too old, and they get a good movie and they're like, okay, we might get like 2 more years of movies out of them before they age out,
Right. And it's funny when people complain about who they cast as the Batman, I always think back to everyone was clamoring for George Clooney to be Batman. And he was terrible.
Yep. Oh yeah.
So, and I'm not saying that George Clooney is a bad actor. It was a poorly written movie, but I mean, he was phoning that in.
Well, the other thing is, and I think this movie proves that if you get a good actor and you let them be in a suit, a good actor is a good actor. Like there's a lot of actors that don't want to cover their face because they, and
Pedro Pascal.
Yeah. Well, but do you think that's true?
Carl Weathers.
Do you think that's true though with Pedro Pascal?
I think to an extent, based on his history as an actor and in his reputation off screen.
Yeah, I also wonder though, like that's one of those stories that came out at a certain time when, like, I don't know. I'm curious because I don't understand how someone would agree to be in a show that they really don't have to show their face, and then get mad that they're not going to show their face. Because in theory, he's a voice actor making movie actor money.
Well, he's still in the suit at least 50% of the time.
There's a couple.
I wouldn't go that far. There was an entire episode where it was just the 2 stunt folks.
Right. Yeah, it was The Sanctuary.
Yeah,
it was our quiz tonight.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I'm not knocking any of those guys for any of that, and I understand you want your brand to grow and all that kind of stuff. But I always think back of I grew up in the '70s, and all those actors that felt like they were getting typecast, as soon as they fought against their typecasting, you never heard about them ever again. Because like all those shows, you go back to any of those shows in the '70s and '80s, they fell apart because someone thought they were bigger than the part that they were given.
Yeah.
And I have to work pretty hard for a way less money, and I know where my bread is buttered. So,
One thing too, I'll say about superhero movies that I struggle to understand when folks get all twisted and bent out of shape about them is the creators that put them together may have a different idea than the viewer. So if you look at the the George Clooney Batman versus the recent movie The Batman that came out, so the same source material in terms of the character and that kind of stuff. However, they had different visions of what they wanted to make Batman. If you look at the television show with Adam West and the zap and pow and the Bat-Tusi dancing and the silly jokes, that Batman was as equally important and meaningful and valuable and fun to a certain group of people, and this movie, The Batman, can be equally exciting and wonderful to a different group of folks. And it doesn't make one better or worse, right or wrong. It's just that's what the creators chose to do with that material at that time.
Well, and like the '60s Batman, that was coming off the heels of Seduction of the Innocent, the comic books being blamed for everything that was wrong with society. And so they had to make a Batman like that because Batman and the Joker were two of the books that were considered terrible, and so yeah, it saved it for another day, and then you had the rewriting of. I think DC is one of the few. The DC suffers from the longevity of comics in the sense that they have sold and resold their rights and likenesses to all their characters to so many companies that in the 90s or late 80s when they killed Superman, DC went into a big frenzy because they had licenses that dated back into the 50s that were paying money to the company because Superman was Superman, and when they kill him, all of a sudden these companies are like, well, wait a minute. They all of a sudden like reevaluated things that they hadn't even used that they were paying for years, and so that's when DC. I don't think DC has ever really recovered from that because everything's so fractured. It's like what we see with Marvel and Sony, like when they're that battle. Well, DC has that between all their properties, and then they have Warner Brothers Television that does superhero shows that in some ways are better than the movies, and they have like too many hands in the pot. But like you said, Ken, everyone likes different stuff. Like I was a big Smallville fan. I always liked Smallville. I know a lot of people hated Smallville when it was out. Other than the woman that was like arrested for sex trafficking, I think the
Small thing,
you know,
minor, really.
Yeah.
But I always liked that, and a lot of the new stuff coming out. But the Batman my expectations were so low, but they were exceeded so much by it gives me hope for future DC movies.
Well, the last two things they've put out between Joker and the Batman, which that doesn't sound right. I don't know. I don't know if there was anything between other than Zack Snyder's Justice League, which I mean, even that. The last
And that was finished before Joker, right?
Right.
They just released it later.
Yeah, I think Zack Snyder had to recut some things and maybe minor reshoots, but yeah, more or less, it was well done before Joker came out. But the last three properties they've released for Suicide Squad have been very good.
I haven't seen the second Suicide Squad.
I take the time of day if you have the chance. It's well shot, well put together. It's hysterical, and it's a good story with good characters.
Well, and my main gripe with DC, both in their comic books and in their movies, where Marvel has figured this out, DC has a hard time convincing you that Batman can fight alongside with Superman, or like because they have such extreme powered heroes, and it never seems to convey like where you have Marvel, you can have Black Widow fighting alongside Thor, and it seems like it works. And that's how it's always been in the comic books, and DC they never seem to be able to give you that convincing thing that this power range of heroes kind of matches up, because you have Green Arrow shooting an arrow right next to Superman, who could literally just destroy everyone with his heat vision, and it just doesn't. They never seem to be making it work. Where Marvel tends to make it work a little better. Even since the '80s. I'm curious with Moon Knight. I used to read Moon Knight. I haven't read Moon Knight in years, but the Moon Knight show looks pretty good. I've seen first episode. I didn't see today's episode.
What were your thoughts on the first episode?
Well, see, I don't remember any of that from the comic book. I just remember Moon Knight being kind of a mercenary, and so I was trying to think back because I haven't read Moon Knight since the '80s. He had his own little series, I think, in the late '80s. But I remember he was a mercenary, so it seems strange, but I found myself to keep watching. So like Loki, I didn't like it first. The first episode, Loki just didn't really gel with me until I watched a couple episodes. So I'm kind of doing the same thing for Moon Knight.
Yeah, the first episode didn't really hook me, and I was like, yeah, it's okay. It's another Marvel property where and then I've before I hopped on here, I saw about the first half of the second episode, and I'm like, okay, this is picking up. It's getting a lot better. So I'm excited for the rest of it.
One of the things for me with these things, whether we're talking about Book of Boba Fett, Moon Knight, Loki, any of these series, is I encourage folks to just pause and let it happen in front of you. I mean, yeah, you can go in with what you think you might see, predictions, or maybe a hope of what you would like to see. And at the same time, because you weren't involved in the creation of it, you may be better suited and better served just to watch. And especially something like this, which is a series and not just a 2-hour movie, you know that there's going to be 4 or 5 or 6 more episodes. So you know that this is going to develop into something. They have an idea, and we don't know where it's going to end. So we might as well just sit and see where it takes us. And I think it's funny where you were going back to one of the things that folks were talking about, how long the Batman was, and the 3 hours was too much. but you'll hear people talk about how they binged an entire season of the Game of Thrones in one day. So they watched, however many hours that is, like it's
10.
nothing, but they don't want to watch a 2.5, 3 hour movie. Like how do those two things
I
match
know
up?
complaining about movie prices, but they're trying to give you more for the same amount of money. So,
Yeah, I see. As someone going into Moon Knight with zero idea about the character, I was pleasantly surprised with the story that was presented, but not really interested in it being a Marvel story.
mhm.
But with the second episode coming out, I'm more so getting past that. Okay, this is a Marvel property, and it's more so I'm invested in the story as opposed to the overlying
But see, and
story.
that's a Marvel characteristic back from when Marvel started. So Marvel, what really Stan Lee and whether you people are Stan Lee was big into making stories that fit in our real world. So he named things under real things, but he also, and I think that's what made Marvel work is you could read Moon Knight the comic book, or you could read Black Panther and no other Marvel properties, and it was super enjoyable. And then Marvel was the key to you were reading your Moon Knight book, and all of a sudden Spider-Man would pop in, and then it would give you a little asterisk, and it would tell you where that story finished off in a Spider-Man book. And so they built all their books independently, but they would cross promote, and that's what in the 80s I started out just mainly reading Spider-Man books. Before the 80s closed out, I was probably picking up 20 to 30 different issues of Marvel every month of different characters, and they all spider-webbed off of Spider-Man. And that's one of the things. And I have to trust Marvel because if someone would have said, "Give me a list of Marvel movies you want to see," when they started making movies, Iron Man would have definitely not been my first. Ant-Man wouldn't even made the list. And so I have to trust them because they're taking things and making them work. And then you have X-Men, and it's weird. It's kind of funny that X-Men was owned by Sony for so long. But back in the day, when you went into comic book stores, you had your specific DC guys, and then you'd have your specific Marvel guys. But X-Men people, the people that read all the X-Men comics and all the mutant comics, they were a whole nother breed of Marvel comic people. You know what I mean? Like, there were X-Men guys that I used to hang out with. They would not read Spider-Man because Wolverine was better. You know what I mean? They just, and they were a whole, like if there was a war between DC and Marvel people, the X-Men guys would probably just bring popcorn and watch them battle. They were just their own whole other subculture of comic book people. And because I was mainly a Marvel guy, and then but I fell in that group of Marvel guys that I read Superman and Batman, but and then I occasionally divvied into other things, but there was weird lines in the comic book fandom. But like I said, the X-Men guys that was a whole nother breed of and then you'd have the guy who read the Flaming Carrot, or you had these
Zippy.
The hipster comic book guys of the 80s that would read some obscure comic book that they really didn't read, but they just, like when Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles came out, there was a lot of guys that then jumped on the independent comic books, and they'd be reading and like, what? And you try to read them. Like Junior Jackalope, some guys hooked me on Junior Jackalope, and it was terrible, but I tried
Well,
it.
the other piece with all of this is we have to remember what it is. At its core, it's meant to be entertainment.
Yep.
And so if we were just to sit back and witness what's being presented to us and figure out what we enjoy about it, what we take away from it, what we see that's presented. I mean, when you look at the first episode of Moon Knight and the acting that Oscar Isaac had to put into that, being these two different characters, and the physicality that they brought to the role of handing the scarab away but not wanting to do it, and then the visual pieces of it,
and trusting the shots of that, mixing of those shots of that, he had to just trust the director to make sure that worked. Because I'm just thinking back of watching Matt direct, and imagine if he said, "Okay, do this and do this." So, You know,
I will say this though about Oscar Isaac. I am no longer his biggest fan.
no.
Well, did you guys hear what he said when God, what was he doing a press run for? He was doing a press run for something, and someone had asked, with the popularity of all these Disney Plus shows and the Star Wars shows, would you consider returning, and reprising your role as Poe Dameron? To which most people would say, I'd keep it in the cards. You never know what the future will hold. Oscar Isaac's response was, well, maybe one day I'll want to buy another house, but probably not. It's like,
Oh, he's Harrison Fording it.
Yeah. And I just, to me, like, I'm not thrilled that Harrison Ford has that same level of arrogance towards it. But in my eyes, he's earned that.
Yeah, but he was that. See, Harrison Ford was that way pretty close after Empire.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why they froze him in carbonite, because they only signed him on for 2 movies. They weren't even sure if they were going to be able to get him back for the 3rd one.
Yeah,
right.
But I also look at it too, where any of the all these stars that are clamoring to do these movies, how do you negotiate your pay then? Like if Oscar Isaac says that and Lucasfilm calls them, he's going to make more money than Samuel L. Jackson, who says, "I will do Mace Windu no matter what." You know what I mean?
Right.
Because we forget, for us it's entertainment, but for them it's their bread and butter. It's their job. Now that's a terrible thing for him to say for the fans and all that. But for all you know, he could be the world's best businessman, and there could be people. His agent could be talking to Lucasfilm at the time, and when that hits, that's a negotiating floor.
Right.
That's why, like when I was a kid, once I heard the rumors of Harrison Ford, I vowed and never really read about the personal issues of the actors when I was younger, just because I just I want Harrison Ford, and even when Carrie Fisher's book came out, and when he was dating her when she was young, and as a parent and someone who teaches kids and stuff, I always thought that was a little rough for Harrison Ford and Carrie Fisher, but I have to separate that from his work.
Right.
Like anything illegal or anything like that. But it was just, it doesn't make him. I don't want to. I rather deify the character, because you'll never find like Han Solo doing something wrong.
Yeah, which is why I'm still watching. This is why I'm watching Moon Knight, and I don't have a problem with Poe Dameron.
Yeah.
It's just respect went a little bit
Well,
down.
also too, with that in mind, we have to remember once again these actors and actresses, even though they pretend to be these other things, they make their career. If you really boil it down, they make their career. They make their money out of lying to us.
Yep.
None of them fly spaceships. None of them have superpowers. None of them do these things that they're doing. And at the end of the day, they're humans. And sometimes we humans say things without necessarily thinking through what it is we're really saying, or how it's going to land with other folks.
Right.
So while I don't appreciate what he said, and if we were to go down the path of some of the other actors in the more recent films, I mean, John Boyega has said some things that aren't all that great, and look what happened with Gina Carano and so on. So these human beings in the real world have said things that we don't necessarily stand behind or agree with. And to your point, Mike, do we enjoy what they put on screen for us? Do we enjoy that lie that they've created for us to be entertained by? And are we okay with that part of their work, and not necessarily what they say about the fans or to the fans?
Well, and that's partially the fans' fault, in the sense the society we give. Like, you would never judge your waitress in service by when you see her in the mall shopping. Like if she was eating if you have a waitress eating something that you wouldn't normally eat, you wouldn't say, "Well, I can't go to that restaurant she works at down the street because she's." So I think sometimes the actors and actresses you feel bad for them in a way. I mean, I don't feel too bad. They make pretty good money, and all three of us have to probably work a lot harder to make a lot less money. But to what you said, Ken, a lot of them, I'm not saying they're dummies or anything, but when it comes to speaking, like if you see someone who seems really intelligent and saying all these witty things. Someone wrote that for them, you know. When Han Solo thinking on his feet to fix the Falcon while he's being attacked is not Harrison Ford thinking on his feet. You know, I like Harrison Ford, but if you see his interviews, he is definitely not the person he portrays. He is a good actor. But he is not the person he portrays. And then, you know, all the other actors, and there's people that are just generous with their time, and I'm happy for that. But you know, it's a weird feeling because we become connected with these people. You know, I've known Han Solo longer than most of the people in my life. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, because I met my wife in like 1989, so I'd already known Han Solo and all them since 1977. You know, so it's hard to separate that.
And like I know for me, I've said some stupid shit in my day. I've said some things or done some things where if I were looking at it now in a similar circumstance, I most likely would not do that, would not say that. So I tend to be a little bit gentler and kinder. Not saying I agree with it with what's said. I mean, or even what is done. Not
No,
to turn this.
it does as a fan. It does bother me because
Yeah, like wait.
I also feel, and I understand it's a job for them, but some of these people that leave these properties in general, any of them, what happens? Like I'm a big fan of The Walking Dead. You know, I watched The Walking Dead. Well, the guy Andrew Lincoln, you know, had to leave the show. Well, he hasn't done anything since like. I think some of them are a little disconnected from the rest of us, you know, and us. And again, for Oscar Isaac, like, you know, he was like, he's making a lot of movies now, but the Star Wars legacy, if he doesn't understand that that's something he'll always be able to go back to, then he's probably mistaken.
If he plays his cards right. And then on the flip side, look at how the fans in some ways have impacted the lives of the stars. Whether we're talking about Jake Lloyd or Kelly Marie Tran or Ahmed Best,
Yeah.
the fan or Ray Park and Daniel Logan, the fans have been downright dicks to them.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, Ahmed Best himself said at one point he was almost ready to jump off a bridge because of all the hate he got for his portrayal of this space frog Gungan character.
Yeah.
Saying the words, to your point, Mike, that somebody wrote for him.
Yep.
Or Kelly Marie Tran getting off of social media because people were just being so downright mean to her.
Well, and that's where, like, how do we stop? Like, how do the people just? It goes back to when we were talking about the costuming groups, and it's like the fans have to not tolerate. Like I like perfect example. I subscribe to a lot of Star Wars podcasts, and there's a lot of negative Star Wars podcasts that have turned negative over the years. And I used to just leave them in my podcatcher and just delete them when the new show came out. And I was like, well, I'm not doing anyone a favor. I need to unsubscribe to these. You know, like I'm not going to write an email and get people to cancel or any of that. But at least do the little things to show that they don't at least have one more number for me. You know.
Yep. And I love the fact that we have the relationships with each other and this material where we can talk about it in this way, openly, honestly, politely, so we can display to other folks how it's possible to have differing opinions, to be able to talk through these kind of things in a calm, cool, collected way without name calling and insulting and so on, and still, you know, show up next week and spend hours with each other, enjoying each other's company.
Yep. Well, again, that's where, like, I sometimes when they say negative fans, I was listening to, I forget what podcast. There was another podcast that I used to listen to. I don't know, Star Wars something, and he just stopped doing his show because he said the negative fans, and you know, whatever he wants to do. But I hate when people say negative fans because I feel like, at least for Star Wars, if you're a negative fan for all, if you don't like a certain movie, I'm fine with that. If you don't like a certain character, I'm fine with that. But these people that are just so toxic that they have to, stop everyone from liking what they like, they're not really a fan. They're just a negative person that watched Star Wars. Like, I mean, they don't have as many copies of Revenge of the Sith as John, so But that's what I'm. Oh, my stormtrooper bucket.
Is that a ghost?
No, my stormtrooper bucket rolled over. Oh. But that's what I'm saying. Like, I think sometimes the word fan is overused.
Or sometimes inappropriately used.
Yeah, because fan is fanatic. You're supposed to be a fanatic. I mean,
yeah, which from my perspective, that means a supporter of.
Yeah.
And if you're not supported, then fan is not. You can be aware of something.
Yeah.
I mean, I can be aware of that there was a TV show called The Sex and the City, but that doesn't mean I'm a fan of it.
Well, and I would be a hypocrite if I came on and did a podcast about the DC superhero movies, because I'm not a fan of most of them. I like all superhero movies are higher up than pretty much most movies for me, but I would be a negative person if I spent an hour and a half or two every week just talking about what I disliked about a movie. But the Batman movie was good.
Fantastic. I think that's a great note to end tonight on.
Yeah, it is. But yeah, I would definitely. I mean, man, I want to see it just for the music. I just want to see it for the. And I'm not a music guy by any stretch, but that music just added. So it reminded me of Star Wars in the sense that music is that second movie going on.
Yeah.
In all the Star Wars movies, and I felt like the Batman was that.
How do you think it would sound from the inside of the inflatable Falcon? If we were to watch the movie there.
They make an inflatable TV, an inflatable flat screen.
Well, an inflatable screen that we just project onto it.
Oh yeah. No
inside the Falcon.
The way my weeks have been going lately, I picture, here's your free Falcon. I get in it and I forget that I have a pen from work. I sit down and all of a sudden it goes, and then I die because I suffocate inside the Falcon. That's
950 pounds of vinyl just lays on top of
you. I would have survived if they would have paid the extra $398 for one more blower, but that's the way my weeks have gone.
Well, thanks for another awesome night, guys. I really appreciate it.
Yeah. Oh man, it's like after 12. So
yeah, 4.5 hours.
4.5 hours.
Yep.
That's the Snyder cut. Tonight's the Snyder cut of the Inflatable Falcon podcast.
All right, guys. See you
later.
See ya.
Bye.
Bye-bye.